Tonight, you'll discover a story told not by land, not by books or monks in quiet temples, but by the sea itself, soft, ancient, endlessly patient. Imagine this: the slow creak of a wooden hull, the salt-heavy wind brushing against weathered cheeks, and a horizon so vast it begins to erase the very idea of direction. A single sail glows pale under the moonlight, moving without urgency. Somewhere in the Atlantic, closer to silence than to land, a Portuguese sailor leans over the edge of his boat, staring into dark water that reflects no stars tonight. And perhaps, somewhere deep beneath that surface, something stirs, not a monster, not a secret, but a lesson, older than words, waiting to rise. He stands at the bow of a creaking ship, eyes narrowed against a sky that can't decide whether it wants to kiss the ocean or swallow it whole. Moonlight drapes the deck like gauze, and all around him, the waves murmur, not shout, not crash, murmur as though trying to tell him something older than time, something slower than thought, something quieter than regret. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. It means a lot. And if you're listening from somewhere beautiful in the world, drop your location and local time in the comments. I always love seeing where these stories reach. Now, dim the lights for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The sailor's name is Thomas. He's not particularly young anymore, though he still walks with a confidence that suggests the sea hasn't stolen everything yet. His beard is dusted with salt. His boots are worn soft from years of bracing against deck planks that groan like old men. Tonight, though, the boat is quiet, too quiet. There's a kind of hush that only sailors understand, the one that comes before the sky breaks open. And tonight, the ocean is holding its breath. Thomas doesn't trust it, but he sails on, because that's what he's always done. Not for treasure, not even for trade, though that was the excuse he gave himself for decades. He sails because he doesn't know how to stay still, because land feels like a cage made of soil, because silence at sea is the only kind that doesn't ask questions. He adjusts the sail. Wind brushes his cheek like the beginning of an argument. The stars above flicker nervous. The horizon, that strange promise line between the known and the not quite, begins to blur. Then comes the first crack of thunder. It isn't loud, not yet, but it's enough to make the ropes whisper. The storm arrives not in fury, but in inevitability, like karma, like memory. Rain doesn't fall, it slashes. The sky opens like a curtain yanked too hard, revealing layers of cloud Thomas doesn't remember seeing. He ties off the mainsail with hands that have done this 1,000 times, but suddenly feel like they belong to someone else. The wind shoves, the sea rises, and everything he thought was permanent begins to sway. Barrels tumble below deck. A lantern breaks, spilling shadow. He lashes the tiller with rope. not because he believes it will help, but because doing something is better than feeling helpless. The storm isn't angry, it's just happening. That's what unnerves him most. And then it hits not a wave, but the realization that he's not fighting anything. He's reacting. Yes, but to what? A cloud. A shift in air pressure. A whim of water that's been shaping coastlines since before humans made maps. He lets go of the tiller just for a breath, just for a moment. The ship shudders, but doesn't sink. He breathes. There's a teaching, buried somewhere deep in his grandmother's voice. Something about the moment you release control, being the moment you find balance. She wasn't a Zen master, just a woman who lit candles slowly and never raised her voice. But the memory of her face flickers in the rain. The moment stretches. In the eye of the storm, the boat glides not perfectly, but steadily, like something that understands it doesn't have to win. He remembers a Zen story he once heard from a Buddhist monk in Goa, something about a farmer who loses his horse. The villagers call it terrible. The monk smiles. Maybe. The next day, the horse returns with 3 wild stallions. Everyone says it's wonderful. Maybe. The monk says again. At the time, Thomas thought it was just a riddle. Now, soaked to the bone and drifting inside a breathing sky, he wonders if it's the only real thing he ever heard. The rain slows. The clouds pull apart, reluctantly. The sea, like a child who's spent its energy, begins to nap. Thomas sits on the deck, chest heaving, face tilted upward, not in praise, not in defiance, but in presence. Above him, the moon reappears. She's full, soft, not judging. She sees everything he tried to control and forgives it. Water drips from the rigging like prayer beads losing count. Somewhere in the darkness, a gull laughs, or maybe it's crying. The difference, like everything else, is starting to feel irrelevant. Thomas doesn't reach for the tiller again. He just watches, and the sea, impossibly, watches back. By morning, the storm is a rumor told in creaking wood and scattered ropes. Thomas stands barefoot on the damp deck, the salt having kissed every surface into a soft sheen. His clothes cling, still wet, though the sun has begun its slow stretch above the horizon. It is not a triumphant return of light, but a quiet reintroduction, the kind that makes you whisper, even when alone. The sea is calm now, absurdly so, as if embarrassed by its earlier tantrum. The surface reflects the sky with near-perfect clarity, blurring the line between above and below. Thomas watches his own reflection, rippling and incomplete. He doesn't quite recognize the man staring back. He boils water, slowly, on a tiny iron stove bolted near the mast. The flame is fussy, and the kettle dances with every ripple of the boat. Still, it warms. Still, the smell of tea eventually rises, cheap green tea in an old tin cup. But this morning, it tastes like survival. He doesn't sail. He drifts, not out of laziness, and not because of damage the ship is seaworthy. He simply doesn't feel the need to force a destination today. Mid-morning arrives like a memory. Far off, something juts from the horizon, a shape, uneven and stubborn. An island, perhaps. Thomas narrows his eyes, not one he remembers. But then, the ocean has always had secrets. He adjusts the sails not to fight the current, but to listen to it, to be in conversation with it. A gentle yielding, not a command. The island grows closer. It's not large, not the kind you'd circle on a map, just a scatter of stone cliffs, sun-bleached brush, and yes, what looks like a single tower of white stone perched on its edge. Not a castle, not a ruin, a lighthouse, still intact, still proud, despite the erosion clawing at its base. There's no harbor, no dock, just a narrow strip of sand and flat rocks where he can beach the boat. He does, and for the first time in weeks, maybe months, his boots hit solid land. The island smells of sage and salt. The wind moves in lazy circles. There are birds, of course, though none he recognizes. One of them watches him from a rock with the expression of a judgmental librarian. Thomas climbs. The path is faint but present. Someone has walked it recently. A set of sandals. Maybe. There are prints in the dirt that don't belong to gulls. The lighthouse looms higher with every step. Its walls are plastered in flaking white lime. A brass bell hangs from a rusted crossbeam, unmoved. He knocks. There is no answer. Just the ocean below. Murmuring. He knocks again, softer. And this time, the door opens not wide, not dramatically, just enough to reveal a hand. Old, spotted, trembling slightly, but not afraid. A voice follows. You pick the hard way up. Thomas blinks. Didn't know there was an easy one? The door opens a little more. A man stands there thin, wrapped in linen robes that could have been white once, but now lean toward driftwood gray. His beard is longer than Thomas's. His face carries the weight of seasons, but his eyes are clear. Come in, the old man says. You've brought salt and questions. The inside of the lighthouse is simpler than expected. No clutter, no books, just a mat, a kettle, and walls that hum with the sound of wind passing through salt-smeared windows. The scent of something warm cooked barley maybe fills the air. They sit. The old man pours water over dried herbs, stirs twice, and hands Thomas a cup. They don't speak for a while. Thomas studies the shelves. On one, a bowl filled with small white grains. Not sugar, not rice, salt. Next to it, tiny strips of parchment, barely longer than a matchstick. They are brittle, transparent, written on in delicate strokes of what looks like soot. The old man notices his gaze. I write the Dharma in salt, he says. Thomas laughs. Salt. It doesn't last. The man nods. That's the point. He picks up one of the parchments and holds it between his fingers. The text is smeared, nearly unreadable. He doesn't seem to mind. Every week, I write one teaching from the sutras in saltwater ink. Then I leave it here to fade. Some survive, Most don't. Thomas squints. Why bother? The old man smiles. Because the Dharma is not something to preserve. It's something to notice before it dissolves. Outside, a wave crashes, far away, but not forgotten. Thomas sips the tea. It tastes like earth and time. Let me guess, he says. You're a monk? I was, a long time ago. Now I'm just someone who listens to what the sea, the wind, my joints, mostly to what I don't want to hear. They sit again in silence. And then, almost as an afterthought, the old man says, there's a story you should know. He tells Thomas about a sailor, not unlike him, who once tried to outrun sorrow by crossing the world. He chased the horizon for years, the old man says, tried to find the edge of his grief, thought that if he stayed in motion, it couldn't catch him. Thomas leans in. Did it work? No, the man says. But eventually, he stopped trying. Then when he listened, he let the grief arrive, not to wallow in it, but to learn from it. And when he did, he realized it wasn't grief. It was the echo of something loved. Thomas stares at the salt bowl. There are no grand revelations, no flashing lights, but something unclenches in his chest. Maybe it's the tea. Maybe it's the storm still shaking loose inside him. Or maybe it's the truth dissolving slowly into understanding, like salt in warm water. Thomas spends the night in the lighthouse, though no invitation was spoken. The bed is little more than a reed mat and a woolen blanket that smells faintly of juniper. Still, it's enough. After so many nights rocked by the sea, the stillness feels suspicious at first, like holding your breath too long, but eventually, it becomes comfort. The wind never quite stops. It shifts and hums through the tower's narrow windows, sometimes high and sharp like a flute, sometimes low and steady like a monk's chant. He dreams, though the dreams do not stay. Faces rise and fall like tides. Some he knows, some he doesn't. Some perhaps from another lifetime. His hands reach for something in the dark, but it's not fear. It's curiosity. When he wakes, the old man is already boiling water again. Did you sleep? Thomas asks, sitting up slowly. I did. The old man replies, and I didn't. Same as every night. They share the tea in quiet company. No need to fill the space with questions anymore. The kind of silence that would have once annoyed Thomas now feels generous, like space being made inside his ribs. Eventually, the old man speaks. You should go. Thomas blinks. Go back to the sea. He nods. You're not meant to stay. Thomas looks down at the cup in his hands. Steam curls upward, dissolving. I don't know where I'm meant to go. The man tilts his head. You think the Dharma gives you a map? Well, doesn't it? No. It gives you a lantern. The path is yours. He returns to the ship with the sun already climbing. The boat rocks gently in its shallow cradle of salt water and sand. As he unties the lines, Thomas glances back at the lighthouse. The old man is not visible in the doorway, but somehow, he's still watching. Or maybe it's the island itself. The sails rise, the wind catches, and once more, Thomas is a sailor, but not the same. The sea opens before him, not wide, but welcoming. No longer a battlefield, now a teacher. He begins to notice things, small things, the pattern of foam on the water, like calligraphy, the sun's reflection moving like a golden fish, the silence between waves. He sails by, listening, not pushing, not chasing. One afternoon, a school of dolphins arcs beside him, glistening like wet prayers. They move without urgency, without resistance. They move like monks walking in unison. He thinks of the salt-written sutras, already washed away. He thinks of the sailor in the story, trying to outrun grief, and how, maybe, he was the story all along. Weeks pass, or days. Time thins out on the water. One evening, Thomas anchors near a small cove on a coast he cannot name. The cliffs are crimson with iron, and seabirds make quick shadows over the sand. He steps onto the shore and walks barefoot, not with a mission, but with wonder. There's a village nearby, not large. Lanterns glow in windows, shaped like half smiles. People move slowly, like they know something he's just beginning to learn. He spends the evening near the edge of a stone wall, listening to an elder tell children a story about a talking frog that wanted to become a monk. The children giggle. The elder doesn't rush the tale. Thomas doesn't speak. He just listens. Later, he returns to his ship, but something in him stays behind. Nights become softer. He finds himself whispering sutras into the wind, not from memory, but from feeling. He begins to understand that the Dharma is not just written, it is lived, in the way a crab climbs a rock, in the way thunder arrives, then leaves, in the way he no longer tries to name every star. He passes other boats, other faces. Sometimes they wave, sometimes they don't. He waves anyway. One morning, he finds a piece of driftwood caught in his net. He pulls it aboard. It's nothing special, worn smooth, almost shapeless, but he places it beside the helm, a reminder that not everything must serve a purpose to be worth keeping. That presence is enough. As he sails on, the sea continues to speak, and now he listens without needing translation. The Dharma isn't a scroll hidden in a cave. It's the sound of rain, the ache in your knees, the pause before forgiveness. It's the way a boat rocks when no one's watching. And perhaps most of all, it's this, that everything is temporary, and that's not a tragedy. It's a relief, because if everything passes, then so too will anger, so too will fear, so too will the nights that feel too long. Even now, even here, in this moment where your eyelids grow heavy and your breath slows, the Dharma continues, not in words, but in the soft surrender of sleep. The sky fades from rose to indigo. The moon, ever present, watches you now, just as it watched Thomas. You don't need to chase peace. It's already beneath you, like a quiet current, like the hush before a wave, like the Dharma itself, Let it carry you. Let it rock you. Let it remind you that everything that matters is already here. Just breathe. In the next story, the snow is not merely cold. It is contemplative. It stretches in every direction, unbroken, untouched, as if the earth herself has taken a long, silent breath and held it for 1,000 winters. You are there, in this breath, a speck moving across the Arctic tundra, wrapped in silence so complete it feels like the world is meditating. You are a hunter, though lately that word seems too loud. The dogs pull your sled across the frozen skin of the world, their paws thumping softly in rhythm, like drums from another age. Each beat says here, and now, and here again. The wind doesn't rush here. It glides. It brushes your cheek with something like memory. You pause by a breathing hole carved into the ice. The seal rises once, exhales a ghost of warmth, then vanishes beneath the pane of frozen sky. You've waited hours for that breath, but today, you do not raise your harpoon. You just watch. You listen. Because something inside you has begun to listen in return. Back at your camp, the oil lamp flickers. Its flame reflects off the polished bone of your grandfather's amulet, hanging where you left it seasons ago. You remove your boots with the reverence of someone stepping out of a temple. Everything in the Arctic is ritual. The tea is bitter, just dried moss and memory, but you sip it slowly, cradling the carved cup like it holds warmth from another world. Outside, snow falls with no sound. Not even the wind speaks tonight. And in this hush, you begin to remember something older than words. You don't know what it is yet, only that it's not something you can trap or track. It's not meat or firewood or the return of light. It's the shape of something inside you, loosening. When you were a boy, your father told you the story of a monk who sat perfectly still while the snow piled up around him. Days passed. The villagers worried. But when they brushed the snow away, he smiled and said, "I was watching the world become white again." You didn't understand it then, but now, kneeling on a ridge above the white horizon, you watch flakes gather in the folds of your coat, the curve of your hand, the hollow of your breath. You don't move. You don't speak. And something in you whispers quietly, gently, yes, just this. A snowflake lands on your thumb. It melts. And for once, you don't wipe it away. You watch the way it disappears completely, effortlessly leaving behind no trace and no regret. Later, the wind rises, but you do not retreat. You let it pass through you like water through a net. It doesn't catch anything. It doesn't take anything. It just goes. Your breath is visible in the cold. It floats, vanishes, returns. You begin to wonder, whose breath is this? Really, the body breathes, yes. But where does it come from? Where does it go? That night, you lie awake inside your snow shelter, the aurora unfurling above you like a great green sutra written across the heavens. You don't look up. You've read this chapter before. Instead, you study the frost forming delicate rivers on the wall beside you. And you trace them with your mind like a monk tracing calligraphy on an invisible scroll. Each line says, "You are here." Each curve says, "And this curve, this too, will pass." Somewhere beneath the ice, a seal breathes. It does not think of you. It does not fear. It simply rises, exhales, and returns to the deep. And somewhere within you, something else does the same. No name, no need. Just breath, just snow, just now. You awaken before the sun, though here, the difference between night and day is mostly theoretical. The sky remains a dim, sleepy gray, like an eyelid not fully open. Your breath clouds the air as you step outside, and each movement crunches softly beneath your boots, sacred music, in a place that's forgotten song. Your sled lies half covered in a fine powder of new snow. The dogs shift in their sleep, legs twitching as if chasing things that don't exist. You pause, hand resting on the head of the oldest one. He doesn't open his eyes, but he leans into your touch. You wonder if the Buddha ever had a dog. You pack light. Today, the journey isn't toward food or furs or trade. It is toward a question you haven't yet formed. You leave the coastline behind. The ocean, though vast, has grown too familiar, its waves predictable, its ice groaning the same old truths. Inland now, toward the place the elders never named, only nodded toward with narrowed eyes and half-finished tales. The glacier, the dreaming one. Your compass spins without resolve. The sun refuses its duties, but you follow something else now, a thread of stillness beneath the wind, a pull in your chest that isn't quite longing, isn't quite direction. Hours pass, or maybe days. You stop marking time when the snow begins to fall upward. No, not snow. Mist. Cold rising in great silent columns from a cleft in the ice ahead. A chasm. Narrow. Breathing. You approach, and there, barely visible beneath layers of frost and years, is a doorway. It is not carved in any way you understand. The edges are too soft, too melted, as if shaped by warmth rather than tools. The threshold glows faintly, not from light, but from memory. Something once lived here. You step through. The cold doesn't follow. It lingers at the entrance, like a beast reluctant to cross the invisible line into sanctity. Inside, stillness, deeper than silence. Walls of blue ice, smooth and breathing. A long corridor stretches into shadow, yet your body moves without fear. The warmth is subtle, like old blankets, or a hand on your shoulder that's already gone. Your footsteps do not echo. They dissolve. And ahead, seated beneath a frozen curtain of icicles, is someone. He does not move when you arrive, nor do you speak. His robes are the color of snow just before it melts. His face is weathered but not aged. His eyes are open but not seeing. He could be dead, or dreaming, or beyond both. You sit beside him. A long time passes, measured only by your breath, which slows, deepens, disappears. You feel your body cooling, not from cold but from surrender. Each inhale becomes a letting go, each exhale a return. You do not need to know why he's here, or how, or whether he's a ghost, a monk, a figment, or a bodhisattva guarding the glacier's heart. You just need to be quiet enough to let the glacier speak. Outside, a storm has begun whiteout, wind, snow like knives. But in here, everything is slow, sacred, barely moving. The monk, if he is, that finally lifts a hand, only once. And in that gesture, more suggestion than command, you understand there is nothing to do, no path to walk, no task to complete. The seal rises, the snow falls, the hunter sits. You remember a story told once by a fire about a boy who chased his echo into a cave and found, at the end, not his voice, but silence. Now you know what that means. You close your eyes. When you open them again, the monk is gone, not vanished, not fled, simply not there, as if he were never separate from the cave, or the snow, or the part of you that stopped seeking. You step outside. The storm has ended. The air is still, the snow untouched, as if the world has just been born again, and you are the first to see it. Your sled waits. Your dogs wag their tails without question. You do not speak. You begin the journey back without thinking of it as returning, because there is no going back. There is only this white upon white, breath upon breath, and the quiet certainty that whatever you were looking for was never lost. The path back is not the same. Snow has a way of erasing certainty, even when your own tracks were once pressed deep into the crust. You scan the horizon, but no shape of memory calls out, no cairns, no broken branches, no signs carved in the ice. But you do not feel lost, because something has shifted. You are no longer searching for anything, not food, not direction, not even clarity. Each step you take is simply what the snow beneath you invites. You walk with the patience of clouds and the silence of those who've forgotten they were ever separate from the sky. The wind has softened into breath again. The sled runners hum faintly as they glide. You are light now, not joyful, not sad, just unburdened. A few days pass, though even time moves differently now. At one point, you pause near a cluster of ancient stones. They're worn, cracked, barely peeking through the snow like old thoughts surfacing in meditation. You camp here not because you must, but because the space welcomes stillness. At twilight, you light your small oil lamp and sit beside it, hands resting in your lap, breath slow and natural. The flame dances, and in that dance, you remember stories the monks used to tell, not in temples, but in whispers beside fire pits, or drifting between cups of tea. One in particular comes to mind. A master once held up a snowflake in the middle of a sermon. He said nothing, let it melt in his hand, and walked away. That was the whole teaching. At the time, you scoffed. Now, you close your eyes and let the story unfold again, not in your head, but on the inside of your skin. The snowflake does not mourn its shape. It just returns to water. In the morning, your dogs are already up, their eyes clear. They know you aren't the same, but they accept it. Animals always do. You travel slowly, gliding past rivers choked with ice, frozen forests where even the trees seem to be meditating. Somewhere deep in the silence, a raven calls. It doesn't mean anything, and that's why it means everything. The world no longer feels like a test. It feels like a place you are allowed to belong. You begin to notice the breath more clearly now, not as your breath, but as breath itself, rising, falling, disappearing, like the seal's breath from the start. Remember, that perfect mist of warmth, rising through the cold. It was never yours. It was never the seal's either. It belonged to the moment, and now, so do you. You arrive at the same bluff from days before. The view has changed only because your eyes have. The mountains are still distant, the sky still pale, but something behind the world hums with softness. You kneel in the snow and let yourself disappear into it. There are no words spoken, but teachings continue. You notice how the snow rests lightly on rock without resistance. You feel how the cold touches your face, but does not harm it, simply is. A thought arises. Discomfort is not always suffering. Suffering begins only when you refuse the moment. A second thought follows, then vanishes before forming. You smile, and now, as the snow falls again, softly this time, as if remembering you, the world begins to dim, not with darkness, but with peace. You lie back in the snow, the fur of your coat warm around your shoulders, your breath gentle against the sky. The sled dogs curl beside you. Their breath rises too. Everything breathes now snow, wind, stillness. There is no edge between the world and your body. The border has melted, like the snowflake on your thumb that day. There is no need to name what's happening. Just feel the weight of your body becoming lighter, your thoughts softening, the silence deepening around your heart. You remember how the monk never spoke, how the cave didn't echo, how the ice held everything and let everything go. There was no need for answers. The stillness was the teaching. Let that stillness come into you now, like soft snow piling up without sound. No effort, no clinging, just the soft landing of now, and now, and now again. The snow knows no past. The sky carries no future. All things are only this breath, only this melting moment, only this sleep, if you wish. Or stay here, awake inside your dreaming. Either way, the snow keeps falling, and within each flake, if you listen gently, is the sound of everything returning home. The last story still lingers in the corners of your awareness. Perhaps it was the silence between steps, or the flicker of firelight across an old calligrapher's hands. But here, in a different part of the world, a loom clicks into place. The early light in Varanasi spills across narrow alleys like a saffron veil. Rooftops steam gently after a cool night, warming under the sleepy breath of the Ganges. River mist curls upward and fades into the blue. In a modest home tucked between spice stalls and the distant chant of morning prayers, a man prepares to weave. His name is Arav, not old, but not young. He carries the quiet slowness of one who has watched enough seasons slip through his fingers to know that everything will come. In its time, his fingers, slender and dark, move over threads with practiced ease. The loom sits in the center of his small courtyard, beneath a wooden overhang draped in drying lengths of marigold-dyed silk. This loom is his temple, his cushion, his path. But today, there's a problem. No indigo, no dye delivery. Arav sighs and leans back, rubbing his eyes with the heel of his hand. Without the indigo, he cannot begin the ceremonial piece, a shawl commissioned by a temple further upriver. The cloth is for a monk's final robe, spun from pure intention and touched by ritual. Sacred, they'd said. Now, it sits half begun, mute and pale. He thinks, just briefly, of rushing to the dye market, of shouting at the young boy who was supposed to return yesterday. But he doesn't. Instead, he closes his eyes. A mosquito dances in his ear. A dog barks once, then again. The world does not pause just because his plan does. So he breathes. You watch him rise and walk to the back wall, where an old woman sits, shelling peas with a rhythm all her own. His mother, bent like a gentle comma. She looks up, but says nothing. He pours 2 cups of tea, steaming and golden, and sits beside her. For a long time, there's only the click of peas in the bowl, and the birds calling names no one understands. She speaks. Finally. Even threads must wait their turn to be dyed. Arav doesn't respond, but her words land. Dependent origination. He learned the phrase from a wandering monk who stayed in their courtyard once during the floods. Everything arises because something else made it possible, the monk had said, tapping his bowl. Even annoyance. He'd chuckled. Even joy. So the lack of indigo, that too had causes. A missed boat, a stubborn rain, a boy delayed by kindness or laziness or a snake in the road. Arav would never know. But it was not random. Later that day, he sits again at the loom, not to weave, but to inspect the unfinished piece. He fingers the edge of the uncolored silk. In the morning sun, it looks like water, colorless, moving. He begins to see, not what is missing, but what is forming. The pattern in the cloth, though only a few inches complete, already holds intention. It already contains threads spun by hand, soaked in saffron, dried over wood smoke. It contains the effort of the dyer in the neighboring town, the woman who grew the mulberry trees, the worms, the wind, the seasons. Is this not already a manifestation of interbeing? He remembers the words, nothing exists alone. No thread weaves itself. And so, instead of waiting in frustration, He takes out another loom, a smaller one meant for teaching. He calls to a neighbor's daughter, Mira, a girl with bright eyes and a short temper. She's been begging him for weeks to learn. And now, with no indigo and no ceremony, what better way to spend the waiting teaching, after all, is just weaving with words. He sits beside her and shows her the shuttle. She grabs it with too much force, tangling the yarn immediately. "Try again," he says gently. Another tangle. Another sigh, but slowly, thread by thread, the rhythm begins. And as he watches her learn, he smiles. The indigo may arrive tomorrow, or not, but the loom has not been idle. The teachings have not been delayed. They were simply taking a different road. Like the story of the empty boat, remember that one, the man who screamed in anger until he realized the boat was unmanned. That his rage came not from the boat, but from himself. That realization had taken time too. So here, under the weight of the sun and the scent of turmeric from the neighbor's kitchen, Arav lets the lesson dye him, even without color. Everything arises from conditions: the cloth, the tea, the anger, the calm. Even this moment, where nothing seems to happen, is stitched with 1,000 unseen causes. The shuttle moves. The loom breathes. Arav looks up as a boy finally appears in the distance, running awkwardly, with a sloshing pot of deep blue dye. His forehead beaded with sweat and apology. Arav only laughs, because by then, the waiting had already done its work. The next morning arrives with a breeze, fresh off the Ganges, carrying the scent of damp riverbank and crushed lotus stems. Across the rooftops of Varanasi, kites hover lazily in the sky, children's laughter trailing behind them like loose thread. Arav stretches his arms and steps into the courtyard. The indigo dye now rests in its clay pot, deep and shimmering, like a night sky you could sink your hands into. The dye boy, he never offered an excuse, just bowed deeply and left. And Arav, to his own surprise, hadn't needed one. The ceremonial robe, after its long pause, is finally ready to resume. He dips the first skein of silk slowly, watching as it drinks the color in. Not a single thread resists. They don't fight the transformation. They simply absorb it, then drip and wait. The cloth becomes something else, quietly. But transformation doesn't always come quietly. Mid-morning, Arav's neighbor bursts through the courtyard gate, robes flapping, distress written in every furrow of his brow. His daughter's wedding robe, woven by another artisan, has torn along the hem. The ceremony is in 2 days. The cloth cannot be worn like this, not in front of the elders, not before the deities. The man's panic spills like too much oil. Arav, startled, asks to see the damage. The tear is clean, sharp, likely caught on a stray nail or splinter while drying. A slash through the intricate edge pattern. Too complex to stitch invisibly. Too late to begin anew. The neighbor begs, pleads. Arav rubs his chin. Outside the loom room, the girl, Ronnie, sits on a wooden step, face hidden behind her veil, back straight as a spindle. She says nothing, but her presence speaks louder than the father's frenzy. Arav nods once. I'll do what I can. He brings the robe inside and spreads it under the soft morning light. The threads whisper their stories, silk from Assam, embroidered in gold leaf from Rajasthan, dyed in madder root from Gujarat. Hours upon hours of hands, each guided by breath and care. It's not just cloth. It's a tapestry of causes, choices, and karma. He traces the tear. You might think a perfectionist would mourn the flaw. But Arav has woven long enough to know every pattern contains its opposite. Every tight weave can unravel. Every robe can be reborn. So, he does something strange. He doesn't repair the tear invisibly. Instead, he reinforces the edges of the rupture and adds a new design, one that arcs around the tear like a crescent moon. He uses contrasting thread so it doesn't blend in. He lets it speak. When the girl sees it, her eyes widen and then soften. She nods once, just once. And Arav understands that she sees it too, the flaw made sacred. This is a different kind of Zen teaching. In Japan, you've probably heard of kintsugi repairing broken pottery with gold. But here, in the weaver's world, there is sutrakala, the art of meaningful mending, letting the break be part of the beauty. Later that day, Miera, the sharp-tongued neighbor girl from before, returns. Her hands are blistered, but her weaving is straighter. She eyes the repaired wedding robe and frowns. It's still broken. She mutters, "Not broken?" Arav replies gently, handing her a cup of cooled tea. Just complete in a new way. She doesn't understand, not yet. But the lesson lingers, tucked into the weave of her memory, waiting. That night, as the loom rests and the dye pot cools, Arav sits under the stars. He thinks about the patterns we try to force in life, the ones that must look right, symmetrical, flawless, and how life always seems to stitch in a surprise, a widow's sigh, a birth during a monsoon, a forgotten spool of thread that leads to a new design. Nothing arises alone. Even the tear in the cloth, he realizes, was woven long before the needle met silk, the hand that caught it, the breeze that pulled the drying rack, the carpenter who left the splintered wood all part of it. He smiles into the dark. Dependent origination isn't just theory. It's the design under every design. The unseen warp holding the weft. Karma is not a punishment. It's just thread. Where it leads depends on where it was tied last. The next morning, Ronnie returns for her robe. She takes it in her arms, holds it close, and when her father offers to pay, Arav declines. Some acts, he believes, belong to the pattern itself. Later, he tells Mira to try weaving without planning the pattern. Let the threads decide, he says. She grumbles, but she tries. And as the day fades, her cloth, though crooked, starts to breathe. In the distance, temple bells chime soft, then softer, like echoes in fabric. And Arav, He rests against the loom, one hand on a fresh spindle, eyes half closed. The teachings, he thinks, are everywhere, not just in sutras, not only in incense, but in mended robes, in crooked weaves, in dye that arrives late in life, exactly as it is. The weeks unfold like silk, and soon the days fall into rhythm. Again, dye, dry, weave, breathe. But one afternoon, with the sun casting long gold lines across the courtyard, Arav does something he rarely allows himself to do. He stops. He doesn't reach for the shuttle, doesn't stir the dye pot, doesn't call for Mira to practice or boil tea for his mother. Instead, he stands at the edge of his home and looks out toward the river. The Ganges. She has always been there, whispering behind the clamor of the city, carrying stories, ashes, petals, wishes, a current that never repeats herself. Today, he walks to her, not with purpose, not even with thought, just one step, then another, past stalls of marigold and cardamom, past cows dozing in doorways, past children playing with wheels and sticks. He walks until the stone steps of the Ghats rise beneath him, worn smooth by centuries of feet and prayer. The river greets him with her usual indifference. She flows on, unaware of any single man's longing. Arav sits. He remembers something the wandering monk once said as they watch the river during monsoon season. The current doesn't carry blame. It simply moves. And so, he lets himself move too gently into a state of watching. A boat slides by, empty. Another carries pilgrims, singing. On the bank below, a woman rinses copper vessels, water arcing in silver ribbons. Farther out, a boy holds a floating lantern between his palms, whispering something you can't hear. The light from that little flame flickers against the water and then keeps floating. Everything is floating. Everything is arising together. In that moment, Arav sees it not as a concept, not as philosophy, but as sensation, a ripple across the skin of reality. The threads of his loom, the girl's torn robe, the neighbor's sorrow, the indigo that arrived late, even Mira's crooked cloth. All conditions, all causes, all results. He thinks of the robe he just completed that morning, the last ceremonial piece for the monk's final rites. Every line of its pattern had felt ordinary until now. Now he sees it differently. Every line of that cloth was a river. Every knot was a ripple. Every stitch, a decision made by 100 invisible hands. Nothing was his alone. Not even this body, this breath, this name called Arav. He lets the thought dissolve like a lump of jaggery in tea. Back home, as the light wanes, he returns to his loom, not to weave, just to sit with it. The shuttle lies waiting, but instead of touching it, he places a hand flat against the cloth. It is still warm from the day. In the background, Mira is humming a lullaby her grandmother taught her. His mother is asleep, a blanket drawn halfway up her chest. A breeze stirs the dye-drying cloths. The loom breathes, but quietly now. Arav thinks, perhaps for the first time in a long while, about doing nothing, about letting the threads rest, letting the pattern go unplanned. He no longer fears the pause. He closes his eyes, and in that darkness, a great tapestry unspools threads of laughter, loss, spilled dye, forgiveness, stubbornness, sunrise, all of it, all of them. A web, not of control, but of release. You, too, have been part of this weave, haven't you? Somewhere inside, a thread has tugged, a quiet click in your chest, like a shuttle gliding across a loom. Perhaps you've remembered a time when you tried to force something into place, or resisted when it unraveled. But look again. What if every delay, every tear, every knot had simply been another strand waiting to show you how things connect, not by accident, but by nature? This is the wisdom of dependent origination. Not mystical, not mechanical, just what is. Arav does not have a final teaching to give you. No great secret whispered into the wind. He only sits quietly beside his loom, eyes soft, listening to the world move. And that, dear one, is teaching enough. Let the story settle now. Feel how the loom has slowed, how even your breath begins to mimic the rise and fall of the shuttle. The river outside is still flowing, but it no longer calls. You are no longer chasing threads. There is nothing to complete, nothing left to correct. Let your awareness be like Arav's final robe, soft, open, unbound by symmetry. There may be frayed edges, yes, but within them, wisdom glows. You can rest now. The silk of your thoughts grows quiet. The cloth of this day loosens its grip, and the weaver, he is already asleep beside the loom, dreaming in colors that only silence knows how to dye. Let go, let go, let go. The fire from the last story fades like breath on a window pane, and you find yourself walking again, this time high in the clouds, where wind sings no song and snow falls in silence. The air is thin. Your boots crunch into the frost-hardened path that winds through the Himalayas, barely wide enough for a mule's hooves. Clouds gather like thoughts you haven't yet had, curling against steep rock faces, clinging to frozen ridgelines like forgotten dreams. Ahead walks the trader. He is wrapped in a thick woolen chuba, dyed in reds dulled by time and dust. A turquoise bead swings lightly from one ear, worn more from memory than fashion. His boots are cracked, his fingers calloused, and his face is a canvas of sun and wind. He's not young, but not old either. Just the right age for regret to be heavy and hope to still flicker. Each step he takes sends a faint puff of powder into the air. Behind him, a mule trudges along obediently, its packs laden with bundles wrapped in dyed cloth rock salt. Prayer flags, dried apricots, and 2 brass bowls engraved with mantra script he cannot read. He is headed to Namga Valley, a village where the snow stays until late spring, and trade comes not in gold, but in stories, tea, and memory. But he is not just crossing mountains. He is walking the ridgeline between past and present, because long ago too long, he thought. For it to matter, he sold a faulty batch of barley flour to this same village during a famine year. He hadn't known how bad it was until later, when whispers reached him that 2 children had fallen sick. He told himself it wasn't his fault, that the flour had passed through many hands, that the snow had ruined the roads. That hunger twisted truth. But now, as he returns with age in his bones and that same guilt like frost in his chest, he wonders if karma ever forgets. The sky turns paler as the day stretches thin. The mule stops abruptly, refusing to move. Ears back. Something ahead. The trader scans the snowy path and sees nothing. But then just beyond the next bend, a yak horn juts from a snowbank like a warning flag. He approaches, cautious, and finds a white yak carcass, frozen stiff, not freshly fallen, but recent enough to draw attention. This pass is sacred to some, cursed to others. They call it the Path of Echoes. Each winter, traders tell stories of strange sounds in the mist of voices repeating their own words back at them, but twisted, of travelers seeing themselves from behind, of time folding like prayer paper, of debts old and unseen coming to collect. He scoffs. The wind howls like a question. He moves on. As night falls, he finds a small stone shelter built by monks long ago, half buried in snow. Its doorway is a prayer wheel, frozen solid, unmoving. He lights a yak butter candle, warm orange against gray stone, and unrolls his sleeping mat. His fingers ache. His breath clouds the air. Outside, the wind moans through the pass, like someone muttering from the other side of a long mistake. He dreams badly. In his sleep, he is standing at a market stall. There are bowls of rice, cloths, lentils, and behind them, faces he half recognizes. A child with eyes like melted ice. A woman holding a coin and looking uncertain. And then, suddenly, the coin falls, spinning through the air, and instead of clattering, it lands with the sound of coughing. Deep, dry coughing. He wakes up sweating, but the air is frozen. In the darkness, the candle has gone out. The mule snorts outside, restless. The trader sits up, heart thudding. It's just a dream, he tells himself. Just cold and altitude and guilt fermenting in the gut. But still, he lights the candle again. In the flickering light, he notices something new. Etched into the stone near the prayer wheel is an inscription in old Tibetan script. He traces the letters with his fingertip. He can't read it, but he knows what it says. He feels it. All actions echo. It whispers. The next morning, the world is blindingly white. The trader continues. His pace is slower. Not because the path has changed, but because he is listening now. Listening to the sound his boots make. Listening to the creak of the mule's harness. Listening to the way the air seems to answer back. Subtly, as though every motion opens a reply. The landscape stretches a vast canvas of silence. No birds, no trees, just rock, snow, wind, and sky. Here, the mind has nowhere to hide. Thoughts become loud, memories unspool, regrets become companions walking beside you, step by step. And yet, there's a strange peace in it too. You see, the path of karma is not revenge, not punishment. It is simply balance, a weaving, a ripple, a moment of choice, followed by another. And so, as he rounds the next bend and sees a cluster of white stones stacked like a cairn, he stops. The stones are offerings, each placed by someone who passed through this trail and left a thought behind. He adds one more. His is not a prayer for forgiveness. It is a quiet nod to the truth he has returned. And that matters. Later that day, he hears it. At first, it's just the wind, but then it becomes clearer. A voice not quite outside, not quite in his mind. It repeats something he said years ago when he handed over that bag of flour and told the villager, "Good luck, eat it fast." He'd meant it jokingly, a careless thing, but now it comes back, word for word. Eat it fast. And in the echo, he finally hears what it became. The trader doesn't stop walking, but he doesn't joke so much anymore. He passes a split in the trail. One side leads to a shortcut dangerous in this weather, but faster. The other loops wide around the mountain's belly, safer but slow. In his younger days, he would have risked the fast way, but today he chooses slow. It feels right. It feels like the beginning of something. By the time he sees smoke curling from the chimney of a stone hut in the distance, he is ready. Not ready to be forgiven, but ready to be honest, to listen, to see who remembers him. He doesn't know what will be said, but he knows the path that brought him here. And for the first time in many winters, the snow doesn't feel cold. It feels quiet. It feels like a question being answered softly, without words. The mountain hut vanishes behind him as the snow begins to fall harder, each flake a gentle whisper settling on his shoulders, in his beard, along the folds of his worn chuba. The wind has softened now, like it, too, is waiting to see what he'll do next. Below, the path spirals downward toward Namga Valley, the village he hasn't seen in 15 winters. The mule walks more eagerly now. Maybe it smells firewood, or tea. Or maybe it knows what the trader has not yet admitted, that this journey is no longer about salt and dried fruit, but reckoning. The trail curves toward a line of ancient prayer flags, faded blue and green, their mantras almost erased by wind and time. They flutter limply in the thin air, like memory itself, half present, half gone. And then, finally, the rooftops of Namga appear, stone homes clustered like old friends in a bowl of snow. Smoke drifts upward from chimneys. Bells clink from somewhere unseen. A child's laughter, distant and soft, threads through the air. Nothing seems angry. Nothing seems changed. but he knows better. Karma doesn't shout. It doesn't punish with fists. It waits in stillness. It lets you come home. He ties the mule to a post at the edge of the village and walks in, one slow step at a time. His boots leave deep tracks in the snow, each one writing something invisible I've returned. And then a face. She is standing at the door of a small house, wrapping a scarf around her head. Older now, but it's her, Rinpa, the woman who once gave him a bowl of tsampa and asked, softly, if the flower was clean. She had a child, then a small girl wrapped in blankets. He doesn't see the child now, doesn't ask yet. She sees him. Their eyes meet. She doesn't run, doesn't smile either, just lifts her chin in that slow, mountain-born way of greeting people you aren't sure you've forgiven. He nods, and then she turns and disappears inside. Later, he sits on a wooden bench near the center of the village square. No one has said anything cruel. No one has said anything kind. He is a ghost walking among real people, until a boy maybe 10 winters old approaches. The boy asks, "Are you the man with salt and apricots?" He nods. The boy looks serious. "Can I help carry it?" The trader smiles. They unload the mule together. Other villagers gather. The mood softens. He gives out cloth, fruit, even one of the brass bowls. People nod, murmur thanks, drift away again, as if his presence is a snowfall, not unexpected, but felt in layers, gradually. Only Rinpa stays at the edge of the gathering. When he finally walks toward her, he doesn't prepare a speech. He just says, "I came back." She studies his face. Then, "Did you bring flour again?" He blinks. "No," he answers. "Only stories." She considers this. "Then tell me one." So he does. He tells her of the white yak on the pass, of the dream in the shelter, of the voice that echoed his own words back at him, of the cairn he left as a sign of remembering. And she listens, not with her arms crossed, not with judgment, just listens. And when he's done, she simply says, "Good. Someone should tell the past what happened." The next morning, he's invited to stay. Not in her home yet, but in a shed nearby, warm and dry. He accepts. Over the following days, he trades more goods. He sweeps snow from rooftops, helps the blacksmith carry water, quietly, gently. A space begins to form where there had only been absence. Then comes the night of the snowstorm. It begins gently flurries at dusk, but by midnight, the wind howls down the valley like a beast unchained. Doors rattle. Smoke is stolen from chimneys. And in the midst of it, a knock comes to the trader's door. A child, not Rinpa's. Another, pale, shivering. "My brother's sick," she says. "Mama says you have herbs." He does. In one of the mule's smaller packs, dried lotus root, ginger, and mountain wormwood, meant for his own winter cough. He doesn't hesitate. They walk through the blizzard together, her tiny hand holding his. In the dim home, the boy lies bundled in wool, sweat on his brow. The trader makes tea, pours slow, measured doses, cools his skin with a damp cloth. He stays all night, dozing in a chair, By dawn, the storm has passed. The child sleeps soundly, and the trader, he realizes something. He is not owed anything, but he can offer something, not as payment, not as penance, as continuation, as ripple, as karma not ending, but changing direction. Later that week, he helps rebuild part of the school roof. While hammering slats of wood into place, he hears laughter behind him. Turning, he sees Rinpa watching. She's holding a basket of steamed dumplings. She places it beside him without a word. Inside is a folded cloth. He opens it. A handful of barley flour. Clean. Soft. Honest. He looks up, eyes stinging with something other than snow. I grew it myself, she says. He nods. She walks away again, but slower this time. And something unspoken passes between them, a recognition that karma has no ledger, only paths, and perhaps second ones. That evening, a group of children asks for a story. He tells one about a trader who once mistook snow for silence and silence for peace, but who learned that the echo of old footsteps can become music if you keep walking. The children don't fully understand, but they laugh at the mule's part in the story. And that's enough. The moon rises over Namga Valley. The wind has grown gentle again. The trader sits outside, sipping warm tea, wrapped in a blanket someone left for him without saying who. And he realizes this. The karma he feared wasn't a punishment waiting in the snow. It was simply a thread, one that can tangle. Yes, but also be woven again. He looks at the stars. They don't twinkle here, they blaze. Tomorrow, he will visit the village temple, offer the brass bowl. But tonight, he breathes. The snow continues falling, not heavy, just enough to cover old tracks. The wind carries the last snowflake down, soft and slow, as if the mountain itself is exhaling. You're still in Namga Valley, where time doesn't pass, it unfolds. One bowl of tea at a time, one wooden gate creaking in the wind, one long breath between past and present. You find the trader just before sunrise, walking quietly toward the village temple. He moves with a sense of stillness, not as someone sneaking through the cold, but as someone being invited. His boots leave prints that will vanish by mid-morning, erased by light. The brass bowl he carries is polished now, its engraved mantra glowing golden in the thin light. He holds it with both hands, not like a gift, not like an apology, like a thread. The temple is old stone stacked with care, prayer flags frozen in curves of color. A bell swings faintly in the breeze. The door groans open with the sigh of generations. Inside, the air is warmer than expected. He kneels, places the bowl on the altar, bows. He doesn't ask for anything. He simply remembers. The monk who enters behind him says nothing at first, just sits beside him in the quiet. They don't speak until the sun breaks over the windows and spills golden breath across the stone floor. "You've walked far," the monk says. The trader nods. "Karma?" The monk asks, but it's not a question, more like a joke with a punchline everyone already knows. The trader smiles, just slightly. "I used to think it meant punishment, and now," he runs a hand across his beard, "now I think it's direction." The monk hums, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Then, after a pause, the monk says, "Do you know the story of the white yak?" The trader blinks. "I saw one on the pass." The monk turns his head slowly. "And did you listen to it?" The trader exhales. "It was already dead." The monk chuckles, not unkindly. "Then maybe it listened to you." They sit in silence after that. Because some stories don't need retelling. They only need remembering. As the morning stretches, the village wakes. Children chase dogs through the frost. Rinpa walks by the temple but doesn't come in. She places a woven shawl on the steps, then keeps walking. The trader finds it there when he steps out a gift, not of forgiveness, but of recognition. Later, as he prepares to leave, villagers gather in the square again. No formal farewells, just quiet nods, small smiles, steam rising from mugs. The boy he helped during the storm hands him a carved prayer bead strung from a shoelace. The bead is rough, misshapen, perfect. The mule snorts as it's loaded again. This time, it carries no barley, no salt, just threads of story, new and ancient. He walks the long path back through the pass, but something has changed. Not in the snow, not in the wind, in the silence. It no longer echoes with old mistakes. It listens. And so he talks to it about what he's seen, who he's met, what it means to return, what it means to stay. He talks softly, because karma doesn't need volume. It only needs honesty. At the highest point of the pass, where sky and snow become one, he sees a figure ahead, a herder, wrapped in white furs, leading a yak the color of milk. The yak's horns gleam like ivory. The herder's face is obscured by a hood, but something about the gait, the way the snow parts around their steps, feels unreal. The trader stops. The herder does, too. They stand in silence for a long moment. Then the herder raises one hand, not to wave, not to warn, just to pause the moment. And in that pause, the trader feels it, that every choice has led here, that karma isn't chasing him, it's walking beside him. The herder turns and walks on. The yak follows. The trader watches them vanish into white. He walks again, not to escape, not to atone, but simply to keep weaving. Each step forward, a stitch. Each breath, a knot released. And with every quiet motion, the snow becomes less of a burden, more of a witness. Now the air softens, the trail eases, the path curls gently downward. You hear the faint creak of a saddle, the slow breath of a mule. Everything slows, even thought, even story. And you understand now karma is not a judge, not a sentence. It is a mirror held in kindness, a chance to see and to begin again. The trader's figure fades into snow, but the thread remains. And so, as the light dims, you feel your own breath, in, out, like wind crossing a quiet pass. You remember that everything arises from conditions, snow from cloud, sorrow from forgetting, peace from presence. So you rest in that presence. You let your thoughts come and go like footprints in snow, clear for a moment, then gone. No need to cling, no need to resist. Everything you've carried can be set down, not because it didn't matter, but because the moment has arrived to walk lighter, to return not just to a place, but to who you are when you're no longer chasing. Let that realization drift in, soft as falling snow, and let sleep take the rest. In the next story, the temple path is already waiting for you, soft with fallen pine needles, scattered like forgotten thoughts at dawn. You step quietly beneath the old Japanese pine, its twisted branches still dripping with night rain. It does not speak, it does not move, and yet you feel its presence like a patient teacher with no need for words. You are not dreaming, though your body is heavy and your limbs float like mist. In this monastery, time no longer flows in straight lines. The bell hasn't rung yet, but you already know it will. Morning always returns, just as your breath does, just as the broom is always there in your hands. The stones are cold under your bare feet, smoothed by centuries of monks who walked this path before you. You lower your gaze, you sweep. One long, careful stroke. The bristles whisper across the stone like distant rain. Another stroke, another breath. Dust, leaves, pine needles. Again. There's no one watching you, which, of course, is exactly when the real teaching begins. The sky is pale, with the kind of light that feels like silence. Shadows stretch long across the courtyard, slipping behind paper walls and curling under temple doors. Somewhere nearby, a door creaks open. You hear it but don't turn. Not this time. You're beginning to understand how many moments dissolve when your mind rushes toward them. You sweep a little slower. Behind you, a novice mutters something under his breath. His broom scratches too hard against the stones. He's frustrated. You know that sound. You've made it yourself 1,000 times. But this morning, you just let it pass, like the cloud drifting overhead, like yesterday's struggle. You think back to the old story of the empty boat, of the river monk who only got angry when he thought someone was steering it toward him. But the boat was empty. It always was. The anger had never come from the boat. You sweep again. The path curves, and you follow. The world narrows to the hiss of bristles, the shifting weight in your feet, the rhythm of breath in a world that does not need your opinion. A spider web glistens near the stone lantern. You avoid it. It's not in your way. It is the way. Soon the kitchen bell rings, faint and far, marking the beginning of breakfast prep. The scent of rice water floats through the inner corridor, mingling with wood smoke and damp earth. Somewhere, a bamboo ladle strikes a pot, but still, you sweep, because this is the morning's meditation. No cushion, no incense, just you, a broom, and the great tree watching. You pause to rest. The broom leans against your thigh. You look up into the pine's canopy, jagged, immense, filled with sky. They say it's been here for over 400 years. It has seen wars, droughts, winds strong enough to break tiles, but still it stands, shedding needles, dropping wisdom without sound. Master Sora steps into view without warning. His robes barely rustle. He walks as if the air welcomes him and the earth makes space. He doesn't stop, doesn't nod, just passes through. But in his wake, the courtyard seems more still, as if he carried silence on his shoulders and left a trace of it behind. You bow before you even realize it. A breeze stirs the needles again. The dust you just swept returns like memory. You smile. This used to annoy you. Now it feels like something else, like breath coming back after you let it go. As you place the broom back onto its wooden hook, the lacquered beam beside you reflects your shape. It doesn't look like someone who just cleaned a path. It looks like someone who let go of needing it to stay clean. A senior monk nearby speaks softly to a group of dozing novices. The path doesn't need to stay clear. It only needs to be walked. You stay just long enough to hear that, then bow again, not to the monk, not to the path, not even to the pine, but to the moment. The bathhouse is warm long before the sun finds its way through the steamed windows. You enter slowly, the wooden door creaking behind you. Your robe clings to your skin, not from sweat, but from the humidity that hangs like fog in your chest. This is not the steam of industry. This is not the urgency of morning. This is the breath of the temple, exhaled through cedar planks and deep tubs. The other monks are already here, silent, moving slowly. Some sit with towels over their heads, their eyes closed. Others pour ladles of hot water over their shoulders, like a blessing that doesn't require words. You nod to no one in particular. No one nods back. This is not rudeness. It is respect. You sit on the smooth wooden stool. You lift the water, and it slips down your back like time itself, ungraspable, warm, gone. You watch the droplets merge with the water on the floor. You feel your breath rise to match the heat. Your body becomes a mist with shape, and then less than shape. Here, inside the stillness of cedar walls and flickering shadows, the monastery teaches without saying anything. The lesson is in the space between words, between thoughts, between ripples on the surface. You catch yourself thinking of yesterday's work, your stiff back, your overthinking, your irritation when someone moved your sandals slightly out of place. All of it seems laughable now, like a tantrum remembered from childhood. You smile without meaning to. No one sees it. That's okay. Master Enso enters. He's not old, not young, just quiet. They say he once practiced in a mountain hut for 3 years without seeing another soul. He doesn't speak unless he must. And when he does, his words always land like the final drop in a bowl, just enough. You watch him pour water over his head, then pause as if the droplets falling from his nose carry a koan you can't hear. You breathe deeper. Later, as the others step out to dry themselves with rough cloths, you linger. The steam curls upward like incense. You reach for a ladle again, not because you need more washing, but because it feels like the right thing to do. As water pours over your head, time blurs again. You remember a line one of the older monks once mumbled half asleep. Hot water reveals where we are holding. You feel that now, not just in your muscles, but in your mind. Where you hold expectations, where you grip the story of who you are. A small spider crosses the edge of the basin. You don't flinch. You simply watch as it picks its way along the cedar grain, its legs whispering secrets you'll never understand. When you finally rise, your joints ache less. Your breath feels longer. You dry your body slowly, as if tending to something sacred. And maybe you are. Maybe this is the only real altar you've ever known, the one that walks with you, aches with you, ages with you. You step outside. The morning sun has reached the eaves now, casting long beams through the colonnade. The pine tree sways again, catching your eye as if to say, "You're still here." Good. You walk past the koi pond on your way to the refectory. The fish don't beg for food. They move like thoughts in meditation, smooth, unhurried, neither arriving nor leaving. A red one passes beneath a lotus bloom. You remember another story than the boy who chased a red fish across the river, only to find it was the reflection of the moon. That story didn't make sense to you as a child. Now, it doesn't have to. Now, you just nod. The floorboards creak under your step. In the dining hall, a monk places a single bowl of rice in front of you. Nothing more. But today, it feels complete. You bow before the food, hands together, a small gesture that says, this came from many hands, many lives, many causes and conditions. You chew slowly. You taste each grain, not to be dramatic, but it really is different. The rice hasn't changed. You have. Later, walking down the covered corridor, you hear the bell tower ring one deep note that seems to tremble the entire hill. You pause. Everything pauses. Just like that. The steam and the silence of the morning linger within you, and you carry them like a still cup through a world of spills. By the time the last lantern is lit, the monastery has already begun to exhale. You walk the inner courtyard slowly, your steps softened by worn wooden sandals and even softer shadows. The air is cool now, and the pine needles you swept this morning have returned in quiet rebellion. That's fine. They were never meant to stay away. You follow the flicker of the small flame ahead. The last lantern hung near the meditation hall, swaying slightly as if caught in its own breath. The elder assigned to evening rounds, Old Master Genjo, stands beside it. He is as still as the flame, maybe stiller. You pause. You bow. He nods just once, and without a word, he hands you the candle he's been holding. It's already lit, and its wax has begun to drip gently down the side. You accept it with 2 hands, careful not to tilt the flame. He walks away without a glance back, disappearing between the pillars like a question never asked. And just like that, the night belongs to you. You carry the flame across the temple grounds. Your path leads past the bell tower, now silent, past the garden gate, where crickets hum a chorus of no importance, past the pine tree, now black against the sky. Its needles still fall, but you don't sweep anymore. Not tonight. Tonight, you're simply here. You enter the smaller meditation room the one used when the world feels too loud. It smells of old incense and cedar and thyme. The floor creaks slightly beneath your step, but the candle does not waver. You place it on the altar. In the faint light, your shadow stretches long behind you, then disappears into the walls. You sit, cross-legged, hands resting, no bell, no instruction, just the echo of all the stories that led here: the broom, the steam, the quiet bowl of rice, each one a lantern. You breathe and you listen. Far away, a wind chime sings, briefly, then nothing, and somehow that nothing is the clearest sound of all. Your mind, once filled with errands and effort, now moves like the koi slow, circular, returning always to the same center. The image of the spider in the bathhouse returns. So does the pine. So does the feeling of hot water on your back. You wonder how many times you've resisted the moment, waiting for something louder, something bigger, something more. But all of Zen is this: a breath, a broom, a bowl, a flame. You think again of Master Sora, how he passed by without speaking, yet left the air rearranged. You think of the teaching whispered under breath in the refectory. Practice isn't about escaping life. It's about learning how to sit with it, no matter what form it takes. A drop of wax lands on the altar stone. You watch it cool. Eventually, the flame begins to shrink. The candle is nearly gone. You don't reach for another. Instead, you sit a while longer in the growing dark. There's nothing to chase now, no lesson to force. Even thoughts, when they come, are just clouds watching themselves drift. And when you finally stand, you bow not out of habit, but because it feels true. You walk once more past the pine tree. The stars have come out, 1, then 2, then more than you can count. You stop. You look up. The branches above seem to cradle the night itself. You remember something one of the monks once said, maybe in jest, maybe not. Even the stars are practicing. You think, maybe they are. The path to your quarters is dim, but you don't need light anymore. Not now. Not tonight. The air slows. The sky presses gently against the roof tiles. The world narrows to breath in the quiet space just before sleep. This is where the teachings settle. not in words, but in pauses, not in knowledge, but in stillness. You are not your thoughts. You are not your past. You are not your plans for tomorrow. You are the candle that has gone out and still gives warmth. You are the pine that sheds needles and still offers shelter. You are the water, the steam, the silence that follows. So rest now. Let the monastery watch over you. Let the stars continue their quiet practice. Let the wind carry away the weight you no longer need to hold. Nothing more to do, nothing more to know. Only this breath, and then the next, and then the space between them. In the next story, the wind carries you westward across the sea, over salt-swept cliffs, where waves strike the rocks with a rhythm older than memory. You drift through the clouds and find yourself landing gently in a coastal village that rarely makes the maps. There's no grand temple here, no sacred bell, just a tiny stone chapel, a lighthouse that still hums when fog creeps in, and a man who plays a harp by moonlight as if he's remembering a song the world forgot. No one in the village knows exactly where the harpist came from. Some say he arrived with the gulls one morning, standing barefoot on the wet stones, his instrument wrapped in wool and seaweed. Others recall a storm the night before, how lightning split the sky like a cracked bowl, and a ship's lantern bobbed just beyond the rocks. But none of them asked too many questions. In small places like these, people respect silence. The harpist's name is Kian. He is neither old nor young, his hair bleached by wind, his hands calloused from both rope and string. Each evening, he settles near the ruined abbey, where the roof is open to stars and ivy curls like thought around the broken altar. He plays slowly notes like sighs, pauses like prayer. The villagers don't gather around, but they listen, while stirring their soup, while brushing their children's hair, while looking out the window, wondering who they were before life hurried in. Kian doesn't speak much. He nods, sometimes hums, and once a week trades music for bread or tea. In his small rented room above the baker's house, he sleeps with the harp beside him, as if afraid that dreams might untune it. But when he plays, there's something in his gaze, not sadness, not joy, but that other thing, the soft ache that comes from carrying both. He came here to forget. That much is clear. What it was a person, a place, a version of himself he does not say. But Zen isn't about banishing memory. It's about letting it drift by, like clouds reflected in water. Xian, of course, doesn't call it that. But every note he plays dissolves a little more of what he's clung to. One night, under a cold waxing moon, he walks beyond the village. His feet follow a familiar path, first gravel, then grass, then wind-bent moss that cradles the edge of a cliff. Below, the sea breathes like an animal at rest. Xian sits cross-legged, places the harp on his lap, and plucks the first note. There's no one watching, only a fox in the gorse and a few distant sheep, but he plays anyway, slowly, as if the ocean is listening. The harp is old oak-framed, strung with gut and shadow, each string tuned not to perfection, but to honesty. It creaks as he shifts, sighs with him. He plays what he remembers a lullaby from long ago. Then he plays what he fears a tune without end, without center. The wind picks up. It doesn't interrupt. It harmonizes, whistles between the strings, makes the grass bow low, lifts his hair. He closes his eyes and begins to lose the line between what is played and what is heard, between note and silence, between self and sea. This is where Zen lives, in the spaces between, in the breath before a word, in the hush before dawn, in the pause after loss. Cian doesn't think in those terms, but something in him recognizes it. The village healer, a woman named Breed, who speaks with crows, and once studied medicine in Galway, says he's walking the path of no path. She once tried to give him a sutra, translated from Pali and copied lovingly in ink. He thanked her, but never opened it. I hear it already, he said, in the wind. Breed nodded, as if expecting that. She brought him tea laced with valerian and told him the story of the empty boat, the one that drifts downriver and crashes into a man's raft. The man gets angry until he sees there's no one steering, just wood and current. And then he smiles. Cian smiled too, not because he understood, but because something in him softened. In the mornings, he walks the tide pools. Children sometimes follow. He doesn't teach them exactly. He just lets them listen. To barnacles clicking, to crabs moving sand, to the tiny bubbles that rise when a wave retreats. One girl asked him if the sea was sad. He said, "No, it's just full." He meant it. Full of endings, full of beginnings, full of things that float for a while, then sink. A harp string broke last week. He didn't replace it. He said, "That string has done its work." Some villagers found that odd. Others found it peaceful. Breed said it was karma, the law of cause and condition. You pluck a string, it sings. You let it rest, it fades. In the far north, among Zen temples buried in snow, monks sit for hours doing nothing, just watching the mind stir like a spoon in tea. They say that stillness reveals the world not as it appears, but as it truly is, fleeting, echoing, kind. Cian does not sit still, but when he plays, he doesn't move either. One night, he plays a note that doesn't quite land. It wobbles, then vanishes. He stops, waits, breathes. He does not correct it. He lets the imperfection rest. The moon, overhead, is full again. It casts silver across the sea. It catches in his harp's worn wood. It turns every mistake into a kind of light. And in that moment, Cian plays not to remember, not to forget, but simply to play. The next morning, the harpist rises before the sun, before even the birds find their voices. A pale mist clings to the stones outside the window. His bare feet touch the cold wooden floor as he stretches, not with urgency, but like one uncurling from a long and necessary dream. The harp leans quietly against the wall, as if it too had been asleep. Outside, the village holds its breath. Chimneys puff faint traces of firewood. The baker is still mixing dough, and the postman's boots haven't begun their daily beat. Only the sea keeps moving, steady and sure, like breath that never ends. Cian doesn't play this morning. He simply listens. He walks toward the abbey ruins with hands tucked into his sleeves, not carrying the harp, but letting the weight of the moment carry him. At the cliffs, the wind welcomes him like an old friend with nothing left to prove. No questions, no answers, just presence. On the ledge, he finds a stone, one he sat on before. But today, something's shifted. It's the same view, gray-blue waves, wheeling gulls, a horizon that never gets closer, but the silence feels warmer, as if the absence of song is itself a kind of melody. He remembers something Breed told him once, in her slow and slightly mischievous voice. Karma's not about punishment. You know, it's just music. You forgot you wrote. Cian had nodded, but didn't reply. Today, though, those words echo. Because last night, as he slept, he dreamed of a different place. Not this sleepy village or the cold cliffs, but a city full of noise and metal and light that never dimmed. He was younger in the dream, brighter, faster, louder, and he was playing for applause, not for the moon, not for silence, not for anything but himself. And the applause had been thunderous. But in the dream, after the final chord, no one looked him in the eye. He woke with his heart full of salt. Now, perched at the edge of the world, he thinks of that younger version, the one who played to be seen, not heard, the one who counted coins instead of breaths, the one who believed that recognition was peace. The sea speaks otherwise. He doesn't cry, but his chest softens in that way we recognize when truth returns to us, even gently. Back in the village, stories begin to gather like dew. Children say Cian once played for kings, that he fled a war, that he was a soldier who laid down his sword for strings. Breed listens to the gossip with a half smile and keeps pouring tea. She knows that karma doesn't unfold on command. It ripens like fruit. When it's ready, it falls, and fall it does. A stranger arrives one evening, cloaked in black wool, his face weathered, voice low. He comes with no warning, no luggage, just a coin-shaped scar on his palm and a quiet look in his eyes, the kind forged by long regrets. He finds Cian near the abbey, playing beneath the sky smeared with stars. The man waits until the song ends, then steps forward and says only, "You left." Cian does not startle. His hands fall still. The harp vibrates for a moment longer, then goes quiet. The villagers, of course, notice. Some whisper, others guess, but no one asks. In the following days, the stranger stays at the inn. He walks with a limp, always carries a flask, and seems to know more about Cian than anyone should. Yet he never speaks again, not to Cian, not to the baker, not even to Brid, who watches him with the calm curiosity of someone who knows that everything given time reveals itself. Then, one night, it does. There's a gathering by the sea. No reason, no occasion, just the kind of gathering that happens when the tide is just right and the firewood is dry. Villagers bring stew, warm cider, bits of song and story, and Cian brings the harp. He plays, but not like before. This time, he begins with dissonance, not accident, but intention. Harsh notes, sour intervals, rhythms that jerk like old memories. The villagers shift, some frown, but Brid watches without blinking. Then, slowly, the music changes. The discord bends into harmony, not perfect, not polished, but true. The melody turns soft, like wool dipped in moonlight, and the stranger in black seated at the edge of the crowd lets a single tear fall. Because this isn't a concert, it's a confession. The tune tells the story that words cannot, of choices made, of betrayal, perhaps, of the silence that followed. It doesn't matter what happened, only that it did, and that now it is being released, one string at a time. When it ends, no one claps. They don't need to. Cian looks to the stranger and bows his head. The man nods once, stands, and walks back into the night. No goodbye, no name, just a soft crunch of boots on sand, like a leaf drifting downstream. Later, Brid says, "That was karmic." Cian doesn't argue. He merely replies, "It was time." In Zen, karma isn't some ledger. It's not moral math. It's cause and condition. One thing leads to another. You eat when hungry. You rest when tired. You let go when the weight is no longer useful. Cian keeps playing, but not every night. Sometimes he sits with the harp in his lap and never touches the strings. And somehow, the silence is louder. Children still ask questions. Why don't you play the happy songs anymore? What happened to your friend? Why do you stare at the moon so much? He answers only one, because it listens. And indeed, it does. Every night, the moon hangs above the village like a witness, waxing, waning, watching, never judging, just reflecting what is. One evening, as winter begins to chew the edges of autumn, Cian plays something entirely new. Not a memory, not a message, just now. A tune born in the moment, free of roots or regret. It drifts upward, catches the cold wind, and rides it beyond the cliffs. Somewhere inland, a tired mother dreams more deeply. A wandering monk feels a sudden stillness on his path. A crow perches near Brid's chimney and does not caw. Everything is connected, after all. The strings, the silence, the past, the present, woven like breath and body, thought and emptiness. Even the broken string still hums in memory. Even the wind carries tunes it never heard. From the last note, you drift gently into the next silence. The music has faded, but it has not ended. It lingers like breath in winter, like a dream that leaves behind warmth even when the story has vanished. Cian stands once more on the cliffs. The moon is a thin sliver tonight, barely more than suggestion. The sea is calmer now, like an old cat curled at your feet. Nothing asks for anything. Nothing expects. He brings the harp, though he doesn't plan to play. Tonight is for listening. The wind, the sea, the shifting hush of the dark grass. His body knows this rhythm now. His spine is straighter, not with pride, but with clarity. He's no longer hiding in this village, not pretending to be someone he isn't. The song of who he was has been played, heard, and released. The karma of silence has ripened. Nearby, a candle flickers in Breed's window. She has left him something again, perhaps a note, perhaps a bowl of something warm. But he won't collect it yet. Tonight, he belongs to the moon. He sits on the same stone, settles the harp across his lap. He lets his fingers rest on the strings without plucking. The strings respond anyway, humming slightly under the weight of stillness. This is not performance. This is presence. From deep within, something stirs. A memory, soft as fog, floats up his mother humming by the hearth. A lullaby with no lyrics, just vibration. A song to carry a child into dreams. He doesn't remember the tune exactly, only the feeling, the way it wrapped him like warm linen. He hums now, without thought. The sound is neither old nor new. As it carries into the night, he feels something shift. Not outside, but inside. Not a grand epiphany, just a loosening. In Zen, there's no final enlightenment, no finish line, only the continuous letting go of what never truly was, the peeling away of self, belief, name, past, until only this remains: the moon, the string, the breath. From the forest path, slow footsteps approach. Not the stranger, not a child, not even Breed, just a wanderer, a traveler whose boots crunch softly and whose presence asks no questions. She is a young woman, wrapped in wool, a satchel slung over her back, a quiet in her gaze that matches his. She nods at him, and he nods back. She sits not beside him, but near enough to hear. He does not offer to play, but still, she listens. Together, they watch the waves shift under starlight, and for a time, that is enough. When the first note finally comes, it isn't for her. It isn't for anyone. It's just for now. The song he plays is different, free of memory, yet full of meaning. It bends and breathes. It pauses long enough for you to feel the space inside your own chest. It continues, not with urgency, but with faith that each moment will bring the next. Somewhere in the village, a dog sighs in its sleep. A couple turns over in bed. A teapot whistles, then quiets. These things happen, and then they pass. The woman beside him doesn't ask for more. When the song ends, she stands, bows slightly, and continues down the path, her steps fading like a dream upon waking. Cian does not follow. He does not stay. He simply remains until the breeze shifts. Then he too rises. He cradles the harp gently, the way one carries a bowl of light. He walks not toward the village, but toward the inland path, where the hills roll like old shoulders and the trees lean in as if listening. No one sees him go. In the morning, the villagers notice his absence. Brid finds the harp, tucked neatly into the abbey's altar, a gesture of closure, or perhaps a beginning. The children run their fingers over its strings. It does not play for them, not yet, but one day, perhaps, one day, one of them will sit just right, will breathe just right, and the harp will remember. The story of the harpist doesn't end. It fades like moonlight into dawn, becoming part of the silence that holds us all. The kind of silence that sings softly when we are most still, when we are most ready to hear. The wind down begins now. Slow your breath. Let each word soften like snow on your shoulders. There's nothing more to figure out, nothing to solve, just the space between one thought and the next. You've walked a long way through stories and strings, through karmic echoes and silver skies. Now, let your mind drift. Picture the sea beneath you, endless and calm. Not a storm in sight, just the hush of tide over stone. Let go of names, of roles, of yesterday. Let go of the part of you still trying to remember. There's no need to hold the harp anymore. Its music has entered you. Every breath is a note. Every pause is a blessing. Breathe in. Let the note rise. Breathe out. Let the song fall. You are not the player, not the instrument. You are the space in which the music appears. Nothing to carry, nothing to fix. Just this moment, just the stillness. Let it hold you. Let it teach you. And when the moon returns again, you'll know it not by its shape or its light, but by the feeling of release it brings, like the final note that doesn't need to resolve, like peace that no longer needs a reason, in the quiet hush that lingers after the last story, where the breath slows and thoughts no longer chase their own tails. A different kind of morning arrives. It's not your morning, not one you'd wake to with alarms or emails or to-do lists, but one unfolding under the pale blue whisper of pre-dawn light in a secluded monastery nestled beneath an old Korean pine. The pine tree doesn't move unless the wind insists, and this morning it doesn't. Its needles remain still, like soft green bristles laid flat against the sky. The courtyard beneath it is scattered with yesterday's memory-dry needles, wind-blown dust, and tiny brown leaves that couldn't hold on. Inside the sleeping hall, a young monk named Soryu blinks awake. He does not stir at once. For a few heartbeats, he lies still and listens. Not for anything in particular, not with expectation, just listening. It's a practice, the simple thing. To wake without rushing into the next thing. The first bell hasn't rung yet. That's exactly why he's awake. He prefers this time just before the bell, before the rustle of robes and feet, before the world remembers its schedule. It's a space that exists only for those willing to wake with the sky. He folds his blanket with the same care one might fold a memory. Then he steps into his straw slippers and slips out into the courtyard. The air is cool, not cold enough to bite, but firm enough to make the mind alert. A soft breeze stirs, and in it, the pine finally shifts just slightly. A whisper, maybe, or a sigh. He picks up the broom, waiting by the corner. Not the stiff one made of plastic bristles. No, this one is handmade woven twigs bound with care. It doesn't sweep with efficiency. It sweeps with presence. As he starts sweeping the courtyard, he does not think of finishing. He does not think of how long it will take. Instead, his attention drops into the present, the scrape of twigs against stone, the soft scratch of needles sliding over each other, the way the pile gathers like a tiny mountain, dissolving again when the breeze chooses mischief. This is his practice, not fighting the breeze, not fighting the thoughts, just sweeping. When he first arrived months ago, Soryu thought meditation would come in the meditation hall, on the cushion, in perfect silence with eyes closed and legs crossed. But no one told him that awakening often hides in the dull, daily things like laundry, or vegetable chopping, or broom strokes on a gritty floor. A senior monk once said something that stayed with him. Sweep the courtyard as if you're sweeping your mind. He hadn't understood it then. But now, after weeks of sweeping before dawn, it starts to make more sense. Each time he lifts the broom, he notices the thoughts rising to stray memories, imagined arguments, a phrase from a dream that won't quite leave. And each stroke of the broom is like letting one of those thoughts drift away without chasing it. He does not need to fix them or hold on to them. He just sweeps. Above him, the sky lightens. A few birds begin their sleepy muttering. The monastery still sleeps, but the pine seems more awake now, its needles catching the faintest light. He pauses. The courtyard isn't clean yet, but that's never the goal. The goal, if there is one, is simply to sweep. There's something oddly comforting in knowing the work is never done, that you'll sweep today and tomorrow and the day after that, that the courtyard doesn't stay clean, that even the mind, once settled, will stir again, somewhere far beyond the pine, in the town below. Alarms are going off. People are waking into noise, into hunger, into plans. But here, Soryu is only halfway through the courtyard. His arms move slowly, steadily. His breath matches the rhythm. Thought comes, thought goes. This is what equanimity looks like before sunrise, not a perfect peace, but a willingness to stay with what is, to breathe into it, to not demand more. He doesn't know that the old abbot sometimes watches him from the second-story window, that the elder smiles softly each time the young monk bends to gather a few pine needles with his bare hands. It reminds him of a story from his own novice years, decades ago, when he, too, learned that sweeping isn't about cleanliness, it's about surrender. Soryu doesn't know that yet, but he's learning. The bell finally rings, a soft, round tone that vibrates into the spine. Soryu sets the broom down and bows not to the broom, or the courtyard, or even the pine, just bows. A thank you, a recognition. Then he turns toward the hall. Inside, others are waking. Soon there will be chanting and the soft shuffle of robes. Bowls will be filled with rice, eaten in silence. The day will unfold exactly as it should not, because it's planned, but because it's accepted. As he enters the meditation hall, a gust of wind stirs behind him. More pine needles scatter across the newly swept courtyard. He smiles and does not look back. The tea is already warm when Soryu arrives at the small, sunlit room behind the abbot's quarters. He does not knock. He only slides the door open slowly, so slowly it barely makes a sound, and bows before entering. The old abbot, whose name is Sunwoo, sits cross-legged before a low wooden table. His eyes are closed, but not in meditation. He's simply listening to the steam curling from the teapot, to the echo of morning chants still drifting through the walls, to the faint creak of Soryu's arrival. Without opening his eyes, Sunwoo gestures for Soryu to sit. No words pass between them. None are needed. This isn't a lesson. Not officially. It's just tea. But like most things in this monastery, just tea is never just anything. The room is small and square. Its wooden floor, warm under the sun, filtering through rice paper windows. A single scroll hangs on the wall behind the abbot. The ink is faded, but the words are still legible if you know how to look. Soryu used to glance at it often, trying to decipher the brushstrokes. Now, he's learned to let the words sit quietly in the background, like a breeze you don't need to catch. Sunwoo opens his eyes now, not to speak, but to pour. The sound of tea filling the ceramic cup is impossibly soothing. It glugs. It hisses softly. It sings its own lullaby. Soryu receives the cup with both hands. He does not drink yet. He waits, and so does Sunwoo. They are not waiting for anything to happen, just honoring the moment. The steam rises between them like a slow-moving thought, not yet formed, not yet finished. Eventually, they sip. Slowly. The tea is earthy and faintly bitter, with an undertone of toasted rice. Soryu doesn't try to name it. He only follows the warmth as it travels down his chest and settles in his belly. Still, no one speaks. There's something radical about shared silence in a world obsessed with commentary. In his first month at the monastery, Soryu had found it unsettling. Sitting across from someone without filling the space, what did it mean? What if the abbot expected something? What if silence was a test, but over time, he began to notice the silence wasn't empty. It was full of space, full of tiny cues. the curl of a finger, the shift of a shoulder, the half smile that hovered before a sip. This tea, like everything here, is a meditation. Sun Wu finally speaks, not with a question, but a story. Not with an introduction, just a drop of narrative, like water falling into a still pond. Once, he says, there was a monk who could not stop crying. Soryu listens, cup poised near his lips. He cried in meditation. He cried during meals. He cried even in his dreams, and no one knew why. Sun Wu sips again before continuing. One day, another monk, older, not wiser, asked him, "Why do you cry so much?" And the crying monk replied, "Because I finally understand what I could not bear to feel before." He says nothing else. There's no punchline, no teaching spelled out. Just that. Soryu lowers his eyes. He doesn't ask what it means. He's beginning to understand that not all emotions demand explanation. Some simply want space. In his earlier life before the monastery, before robes and tea and pine needles, Soryu thought clarity meant answers. Now, he suspects clarity might mean allowing the question to soften and dissolve. The silence returns, like a tide reclaiming the shore. Outside, the wind picks up again. A soft rattle of bamboo chimes stirs against the eaves. A small bird lands on the ledge, eyes darting, body alert. Soryu watches it, just as he watches his thoughts present, without ownership. There's a strange freedom in knowing you don't have to believe everything your mind produces. Not every emotion is a prophecy. Not every thought is an instruction. Most are just weather, passing through. He thinks about the crying monk. He doesn't know if the story was true, or if it needed to be. Sun Wu pours another cup. Eventually, he speaks again. Impermanence, the abbot says, is not something to accept once. It's something you practice accepting every moment. He refills Soryu's cup. Emotions come and go. Thoughts come and go. The only constant is this: what you choose to do with them. There is no command in his voice, just tea. Soryu bows slightly. The tea ceremony continues for some time. They sit, they sip. Sometimes the bird chirps, sometimes the wind breathes. Later, when the sun climbs higher and the light becomes too sharp to ignore, the abbot stands, not abruptly, not ceremoniously. He simply rises the way a leaf lifts in wind softly, naturally. Soryu follows. He places his empty cup where it belongs. As he leaves the room, the words of the crying monk echo faintly, not as a riddle, but as an offering. Sometimes the Dharma doesn't arrive in perfect stillness. Sometimes it arrives soaked in tears. And sometimes it waits in silence until you're finally ready to listen. The moon has not yet risen, but the sky is already turning silver. Long shadows stretch from the wooden beams of the meditation hall, pooling between stepping stones like spilled ink. The air has changed. It's thinner now, quieter. Even the crickets seem to whisper. After evening sutras and silent bowls of rice, Soryu drifts back toward the courtyard, drawn not by habit, but by something else, something nameless. Maybe it's the wind, or maybe it's the memory of a moment he doesn't remember forming. Either way, his feet take him there. He walks past the pine tree he swept beneath this morning, past the still warm stones, past the lanterns that have not yet been lit, and into the side garden, where a single ancient ginkgo tree stands. Its leaves are turning gold, caught in the early breath of autumn. Some have already begun their descent, each one a slow act of letting go. Beneath the tree is a bench, weathered and bowed like an elder's spine. Soryu settles there without a sound. The quiet here is different from the one in the tea room. This is outdoor silence wider, wilder, the kind that contains the sound of distant rivers and the far-off bark of a dog from the nearby village. It's the kind of silence that breathes with you. He leans back and watches the leaves stir. One falls, then another. He thinks about the abbot's words from earlier about impermanence and emotion, and how nothing stays, not even sorrow, not even peace. Tonight, his mind is restless, not like a storm, more like a ripple, a low hum, not loud, but constant. And so he begins to do what he was taught he watches. He watches his breath, in and out, cool and warm, like wind moving through a hallway. He doesn't try to push the thoughts away. He doesn't analyze them. He lets them flicker through, the way candlelight dances across a wall. Then a memory arises. It arrives unannounced like many of them do. He is 10 years old, standing beside his grandmother's altar, lighting incense, trying not to cry as she lies still in the other room. No one told him to bow, but he does. And as the incense spirals upward, something inside him loosens. Back then, he didn't have a word for grief. Only smoke, only silence, only breath. And maybe that was enough. He opens his eyes again. Another leaf falls. Across from him, in the shadow of the ginkgo, a small cat appears. Where it came from, he doesn't know. Monastery cats come and go as they please. This one is gray, with one torn ear and a steady gaze. It sits near him, but not too near, as if to say, "I'm here, but I don't need anything from you." He smiles at the honesty of it. They sit like that for a while, monk and cat, beneath a tree that is slowly shedding what no longer serves it. The breeze picks up. Leaves fall like soft yellow rain. The cat closes its eyes, and Soryu breathes in, out. The rhythm is enough. His mind softens, not from effort, but from allowing. He remembers something else the abbot once said. Dependent origination means this nothing stands alone. Every sorrow, every joy, it's all part of a net, woven together. It had sounded too abstract then, but now, sitting beneath this tree, he starts to see it. His breath depends on the air. The air depends on the wind. The wind depends on the mountain's shape. His thoughts depend on memory, and memory depends on feeling, which depends on everything that came before. Nothing arises on its own. Not even this moment, even this peaceful evening, this moonless, leaf-littered night is made of 10,000 tiny causes, the earth tilting toward autumn, the cat's silent decision to sit here, the monks who planted this tree decades ago without knowing who might one day rest beneath it. And so he rests. There is no need to change anything, no need to chase better thoughts or quieter winds. The moon begins to rise slow, round, indifferent to the noise of minds. The cat stirs, stands, and disappears as suddenly as it came. Soryu stands too. His legs are stiff from sitting, but his breath is soft, his heart steady. The sky is darker now, though still wide. He bows to the ginkgo, not because it needs it, but because something in him does. As he walks back to his room, the stones are cool underfoot. The lanterns are glowing now, each one flickering against the dark, like a reminder even the smallest light belongs. He lies down on his mat and pulls the blanket over his shoulders. The wind rustles again, and a few leaves brush against the wall outside. He does not try to sleep. He simply closes his eyes and lets the night be what it is. And now, dear listener, let the wind carry the last bits of thought from your mind. Let the echoes of chanting fade behind the rustle of trees. The ginkgo leaves are still falling, somewhere each one drifting like a soft surrender. You've followed the young monk through pine and courtyard, through steam and silence, through thoughts and letting go. You've sat with him beneath the moonless sky, beneath the truths that need no explanation. And now, you can rest. Nothing is unfinished. Nothing needs to be fixed. The mind does not have to be empty. It only has to be held lightly, like the cat, like the leaf, like the breath come and go. You are part of the great net, too. The conditions that brought you here tonight, now. Breathing are not mistakes. They are the path, and the path is enough. Let your body soften. Let your thoughts pass like clouds. Let even this sentence blur into quiet. You are safe. You are whole. And you are already where you need to be. In the distance, a hyena laughs short, shrill, and fading. A breeze brushes across the arid savanna, stirring the dry grass with a whisper. The previous story still flickers in your thoughts, like the afterglow of a lantern. And now, under a new night sky, scattered with unfamiliar constellations, another story begins to form slowly, like smoke curling from a flame not yet fully awake. A young man crouches beside a fire ring deep in the Namib Desert. His name is Temba. Around him, silence reigns, except for the hush of wind brushing against sand and rock. It's late deep into the night, but he does not sleep. He never does until the last ember dies. That is his task, inherited from the elder before him and the one before that. Temba is a firekeeper, not a warrior, not a herder, not even a shaman, but his role is sacred. Every evening, he gathers twigs, thorn branches, and camel thorn logs to build a fire at the center of their small earth-colored camp. His people believe fire is not just heat and light, it's memory, story, presence. And someone must stay awake to make sure those stories do not disappear into darkness. Tonight, the flames rise in quiet spirals, and Temba leans closer. The crackling is rhythmic, almost meditative. Sparks leap upward and vanish, like thoughts, like lives, like breath. You can almost feel the warmth across your cheeks, the scent of dry wood, the stillness behind your eyelids. Temba's grandfather used to tell him, "The fire teaches. If you listen without rushing, it speaks the truth." But Temba's younger days were filled with restlessness. He would poke the coals, urge them to dance, toss on too much wood. It was only after his grandfather's death that he started to sit quietly, watching, just watching. The Namibian night is thick with lessons. Jackals yip in the distance. His gaze drifts upward, past the tips of the fire, into the constellation-laced void. One star in particular, a bright one, low to the horizon, always draws his eye. He calls it the Watcher. Maybe it's his grandfather. Maybe it's just a rock lit by fusion. Either way, it doesn't mind being stared at. Nearby, his people sleep in quiet shelters shaped like beehives, woven reed doors, dirt floors. Temba, wrapped in a soft goatskin, remains cross-legged by the fire, his spine straight, his eyes steady. Stillness has become his practice, though no one calls it meditation here. Just listening. As the night stretches, memories arrive. He remembers the year the drought came early, children crying for water, cattle bones drying faster than the flesh could rot. He remembers his anger at the sky, the gods, his own helplessness. One night, in despair, he had kicked the fire, scattering the coals. His grandfather didn't yell, just rebuilt it, slowly, one ember at a time. It was the first time Temba understood karma not as punishment, but as cause and effect. Kick the fire, and you'll sit cold. Build it carefully, and you'll sit in warmth. Life works like that, in flame and in flesh. The wind rises slightly, and the fire dances taller. Temba doesn't react. He lets it move. You'd think the desert would be empty, but it's alive with subtle teachings. The crackle of resin, the sway of shadow, the sudden hush when the wind pauses, as if the whole earth is inhaling. He places another log on gently. Not too much, just enough. That's something else he's learned balance. Too much desire and the fire chokes. Too little, and it dies. Just like thoughts, just like craving. Temba doesn't use the word dukkha. He doesn't know the term Four Noble Truths, but he knows the ache of wanting things to be different. He knows the stillness that comes when he stops fighting what is. A moth circles the flame, drawn like craving to a promise it doesn't understand. It loops closer, almost brushes fire, then retreats. Again and again. The dance of attachment. He watches, unblinking. At the edge of the camp, an elder stirs, then quiet again. The moon has risen now, cold and distant, painting the sand silver. Temba's breath is slow, each inhale like the drawing of air through a flute, each exhale like the fall of a grain of sand. Nearby, a small stone glints. He picks it up black, glassy, an old piece of obsidian shaped long ago into a blade. Perhaps someone used it to cut meat or carve symbols. Or perhaps it sat in the dirt for 500 years, waiting to be noticed. He holds it to the firelight, smooth in parts, jagged in others, like memory, like the mind. Time slows here. You forget your name. You forget your schedule. All that remains is the sound of flame, the weight of breath, and the endless patience of heat. Temba reaches for a bowl of roasted roots, eats slowly, with both hands. No distractions, just the food, just the warmth in his belly, just this moment. There's something deeply Zen about the way he lives, not in robes or rituals, but in his surrender to the rhythm of fire and wind. He's not chasing awakening. He's not even asking questions. He's just keeping the flame alive and letting everything else rise and fall. One breath, one spark, one silent, watching star. The fire burns lower now, and so does the night. Shadows stretch longer, even as the flame shortens its reach. Temba leans back slightly, feeling the cool earth beneath him firm, indifferent, grounding. His eyes do not droop, but neither are they wide. He's somewhere between wakefulness and dream, that sacred in-between space where truth often visits, but only if you stop chasing it. The wind has shifted again, brushing the smoke eastward toward the lonely plateau beyond the camp. There, the land lifts gently into ochre hills, dotted with ghost trees and stones that seem to hum in silence. It's a place the elders rarely visit anymore. Too far, they say. But for Temba, that place is etched in memory. That's where he buried his sister. Her name was Neela. She was only 13 when the fever came. No healer could explain it. No chant could chase it out. It wasn't fast, but not slow either. Just enough time to grieve while she was still breathing. Temba had been 17, angry, confused. He had offered wood to the fire every night, hoping for a sign. None came. After she passed, it was his job as the firekeeper to carry the final torch and light her pyre. Alone, he walked out to that plateau with the bundle of branches and the tightly wrapped body. And when the wind picked up and the sun sat low like an ember itself, he set the wood alight. He didn't cry. Not that night. Not even the next. The tears came later, when a jackal sat beside him, unafraid, just watching, as if to say, yes, loss happens here too. You see, suffering doesn't arrive in firestorms. It creeps in like a quiet dusk. And yet, here's the strange thing, so does healing. Little by little, the sharpness dulled, not the memory. That stayed bright. But the resistance, the why her, that began to soften like worn leather. In that long silence after the flames, Temba realized something. Pain is not the enemy. Holding onto it is. Since that day, he visits her in his mind often. Not through photos, they don't use those here. Not through shrines, just through memory. He sees her in every sunrise that peaks between acacia trees, in the red dust rising from antelope hooves, in the last spark before the fire dies. Sometimes, he wonders what she would have become. Maybe a healer, maybe a storyteller, maybe just a girl who smiled too much and made people uneasy in the best way. But those thoughts come and go like the moths. He doesn't cling. Not anymore. Tonight, though, something different stirs in him. A sense of waiting. As if the embers know something he doesn't. And then it happens. A faint crunch of gravel. A footfall. Slow and deliberate. Not a jackal. Not someone from the camp. Temba doesn't move quickly. He simply turns his head, as if the desert itself had whispered. Now look. A figure appears at the edge of the fire's glow. Tall. Robed. Dust-covered. Not local. Not even close. The man carries nothing but a water gourd and a staff, both worn smooth by time. His eyes reflect the flame, but not in fear. More like curiosity wrapped in exhaustion. Temba doesn't speak right away. Neither does the stranger. Finally, the man lowers himself to the ground. No greeting, just a long sigh as he stretches his legs toward the warmth. And they sit. The silence isn't awkward. It's sacred. Eventually, the traveler speaks not loudly, not softly, just enough for the night to carry it. Long road, he says. I thought I'd be alone tonight. Temba pokes at the coals gently, watching ash float like old dreams. The fire never is. The man smiles, though not for show. It's the kind of smile that's been folded, unfolded, and stitched back together over years of walking. I used to tend fires, he says, in a temple, far east from here. Temba looks at him again. The robe is plain, but the eyes, they carry weight. This is no ordinary wanderer. This is a monk. Not that it changes anything. A fire doesn't burn brighter for a title. They speak little. But when they do, it is like tuning forks sounding across distance. The monk tells of cold mountains, of caves echoing with sutras, of moments where hunger was the only teacher. You ever want to leave? Temba asks, surprising even himself. The monk pauses. Leave what? Temba shrugs. The practice. The path. The monk chuckles. There were times I wanted to leave the me who wanted to leave. They both laugh. Even the fire seems to exhale in shared humor. Midway through the night, the monk asks if he may offer something. Not a lesson, he says, just a reflection. Craving, he murmurs, is like this fire. Feed it without awareness, and it devours. Starve it entirely, and you freeze. But tend to it gently, patiently, and it gives light without burning. Temba nods. Not as a student to a teacher, but as one fire keeper to another. They sit again, not needing more words. The monk closes his eyes. Temba stokes the flame once, twice, lets the sparks fly where they will. Somewhere in the distance, a lion grunts low, resonant, like thunder forgotten in the clouds. And then slowly, the monk begins to chant, not loudly, not with force, just a hum, a single line, rising and falling like breath. Temba doesn't know the words, but the rhythm feels ancient, like something the stars might remember. He closes his eyes too, and the night, long as it is, becomes enough. The embers now pulse like a quiet heart, red, orange, almost still. You feel the fire's breath softening, as if even it is growing sleepy. The monk has not moved for a long while. His eyes remain closed, body still, face barely visible in the warm flicker. Temba watches him not with awe, but with a kind of calm curiosity. There's no ritual here, no grand revelation, just the steady presence of two men and the final moments of a fire. The stars have crossed their midnight arc. A faint glow now outlines the eastern horizon. It's not dawn yet, but its whisper has begun. Temba stirs the ashes gently, folding old coals inward. The fire hisses once, like an animal dreaming. The monk opens his eyes. No more wood, he asks, voice dry with sleep. Temba smiles. No more kneading. They both sit in the silence of that, and then, like a leaf landing on water, the monk speaks again. I once sat like this, he says, in a forest far from here. Cold night, no fire, just breath. I thought I was close to something enlightenment, maybe. But my teeth were chattering too hard to hear the Dharma. Temba chuckles softly. The monk continues. I realized something that night. Truth doesn't come from trying to be holy. It comes when you stop trying at all. He leans forward, gathering a handful of warm ash, letting it sift through his fingers. This, he says, is everything. What's left after craving burns itself out. Temba watches the ash fall, soft as snow. He doesn't say anything, doesn't need to. The two sit until the fire is nothing more than heat fading into earth. No final flare, no ceremony, just the slow return to stillness. Eventually, the monk rises. He stretches his back, picks up his staff, and dusts the red earth from his robe. Where will you go? Temba asks. The monk squints toward the hills. Nowhere. And everywhere. Same thing. He bows not deeply, not theatrically, just enough to mean it. Temba nods. Safe steps. You too. Firekeeper. And just like that, the monk walks into the paling dark, figure shrinking until it blends with horizon and stone. Temba remains. There is no rush to leave, no task calling louder than the hush of ash cooling. He watches the last wisp of smoke curl upward, uncurl, and disappear. He doesn't try to hold on to it. There is no need to chase warmth once you understand it was never yours to keep. The camp stirs behind him. Roosters call softly, children's murmurs. Morning smells begin to rise, boiled roots, burning water, and the scent of dust warmed by sun. But Temba waits just a little longer. He closes his eyes, and listens not for sound, but for that small, spacious stillness that arrives when you've stopped running toward anything. This, he thinks, is the last lesson of the fire. And just like that, without thinking, he smiles. The day unfolds gently. The world doesn't shift, but it hums differently now, like a drum tightened just enough to carry a new rhythm. Temba walks through the camp, slowly, greeting no one with words, but with presence. The children sense it first. They stop, look up, then go back to their games with a strange kind of reverence. Later that evening, he builds the fire again, not as a task, as a gesture. He arranges the wood like offerings not to gods or spirits, but to the simple act of sitting, breathing, watching. Someone asks if he'll tell a story tonight. He shakes his head. No story, he says, just the fire. And they understand. They sit in silence, a half circle of bodies, all turning toward the flame like petals toward light. The fire crackles. No sermon, no chant. Just the sound of wood meeting heat and surrendering to its own transformation. And now, dear listener, if you've come this far, breathe. Let the fire in your mind's eye dim gently. See the embers. Feel their warmth, not as heat, but as memory. Not yours, not someone else's. Just the kind of remembering that comes when craving dissolves and presence settles in. Let your breath grow slower. Let your thoughts loosen, like knots undone by rain. Let the stillness find you. No need to chase it. It is already here, just beneath the ashes, just beyond the last flicker. A hush, a pause, a fading glow. You followed a firekeeper through a long desert night, and now the fire sleeps, and so do you, softly, quietly. No more craving, only this, only now, only peace. In the next story, your feet still carry the warmth of distant sands, the memory of chanting monks, of winds that whispered sutras through lantern-lit halls, begins to fade like incense smoke. Now, beneath a different sun, the scent of cardamom and rosewater drifts through the air, and you find yourself walking through the heart of a Persian marketplace, drawn by something quieter than sound. The city of Shiraz pulses with morning light. Vendors raise canvas shades, chickens scatter from doorsteps, and old men argue about poetry over cups of steaming chai. Dates shine like polished amber on copper trays. Spices heap in pyramid saffron, cinnamon, dried lime, each one a small universe of memory and sensation. Bells jingle softly as donkeys pass, heads bobbing in rhythm with the clatter of wheels and footsteps. And yet, amid all this color and noise, there is a small stall tucked beneath the arch of a crumbling sandstone alleyway. Its awning is a faded green, striped in threads of gold, and the man who owns it well, few ever notice him speak. You might miss him entirely, if not for the way the steam from his kettles rises not in frantic puffs, but in long, graceful spirals, like prayers ascending without urgency. His name is Saphir. He's been here since before the war, before the new roads, before coffee replaced tea for the restless. His hair is gray now, his hands steady. He stirs slowly, listens more than he talks, and pours each cup with a kind of attention usually reserved for sacred things. And perhaps, in his own way, he sees them as such. There's no sign above his door. No prices posted. When people ask what kind of tea he serves, he only answers, the kind you need. Most laugh, thinking it a sales trick. But those who stay the tired ones, the grieving, the ones who haven't slept in weeks often return the next day, eyes softer. Saphir's method is simple. Water from the well, heated over low charcoal flame. He chooses the leaves not by label, but by scent. He doesn't time his brews. He watches the swirl of the liquid, the color, the scent, just as a monk might watch his own breath. And when he pours, he does so silently. It was not always this way. Long ago, Saphir too was swept in noise. He had once been a caravan boy, racing through the deserts of Yazd, yelling at camels, haggling at every stop. He chased coin, praise, and escape in equal measure. But something changed in him, not through tragedy or triumph, but something subtler, like how a pot, over many years, begins to crack until light shines through. He once told a customer, half joking, when I stopped yelling, I started hearing. That was all. Most don't know that each cup he serves carries a kind of teaching, not doctrine, not dogma, just direction. One man once drank from his clay cup and left the market to become a potter in the hills. Another woman returned night after night until she wept openly into her fifth cup and finally forgave the person she hadn't spoken to in decades. But not all who come are ready. There are many who sip hurriedly, fidget with their coins, and leave unimpressed. Saphir never minds. The leaves unfold only when the water is ready, he once muttered while rinsing an old pot. On this particular morning, a boy no older than 15 stumbles into his stall, breathless from running. His face is streaked with sweat, and his eyes dart like a cornered animal's. He holds something wrapped in cloth, something heavy, metallic. Saphir doesn't ask. The boy looks at the low bench, then at the older man, and opens his mouth to speak. But Saphir is already turning to the kettle. The fire flickers, the water simmers, and the world seems to hush. What happens next is barely a scene. It's a moment. The boy accepts the cup, holds it, doesn't drink. Saphir nods. Once. Not toward the cup. Not toward the boy. Just to time itself. The boy looks down, breathing soft. He takes a sip. It burns. He doesn't flinch. Then he leaves. The object remains, wrapped in its cloth, resting quietly on the old wooden table. It's not important what it was. What matters is the sound of silence that followed, like something long, locked away, had finally exhaled. Outside, the marketplace roars on. 1,000 decisions swirl in the heat. But inside the small stall, Steam curls upward. The merchant wipes the table, rinses the cup, and tends the flame again. There's a saying in some Zen circles, though Saphir has never heard it. The true master doesn't teach. He pours tea. Evenings in Shiraz turn amber. Light plays on sandstone. The cats stretch along doorways, watching nothing in particular. The night bazaar hums alive with loud music and the scent of pomegranate. And in that same quiet stall, one more pot begins to boil. Later that same evening, as night clings to the rooftops like a second layer of clay, a faint wind weaves through the narrow alleys of the Shiraz Bazaar. The wind doesn't carry answers, just the smell of jasmine, of old stone, and the subtle smoke of saffron tea. The market has changed its rhythm. Day traders have vanished, replaced by slow-moving lanterns and musicians on corner stools. Shadows stretch like old cats across doorways. Saphir's stall, too, shifts in tone. The light is lower now, flickering gold on bronze. He wipes his hands on a linen cloth and sets a fresh pot on the embers. No words, just the hiss of flame, the slow bloom of scent, and the memory of silence left behind by a boy with trembling hands. But tonight, something else arrives with the dusk. A man in orange robes steps into the alley, not hurried, not lost, but undeniably unfamiliar. His robes are not Persian, not local. His sandals carry dust from a long road. A monk, not the loud kind who preaches. No. This one looks as if he's been practicing stillness longer than most people have been alive. Saphir looks up and nods. The monk returns the nod. No other words are needed. He sits cross-legged on the rug near the door, not asking for anything. Saphir pours anyway. A small ceramic bowl, not ornate, just clay, honest and cool to the touch. The monk accepts it with both hands. They drink in silence, and then, after several minutes of just breath and tea, the monk speaks. You use jasmine in your water. Saphir blinks. A small smile forms. Only when the air feels heavy. The monk nods, as though this is the most logical explanation in the world. It would seem nothing remarkable follows, but underneath their exchange, something stirs. A kind of ancient dialogue spoken without language. Two men who understand that the deepest truths are not explained, they're sipped. Finally, the monk asks, "Do you believe in karma?" Saphir sets down his pot gently. He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he looks at the dying embers beneath the kettle. He picks up the iron tong, rearranges a few coals, then says, "I believe in water," remembering the shape of the cup. The monk chuckles softly, as if he's heard this before in 100 forms, all equally true. And then Saphir adds, "And the cup, remembering every hand that held it." They sit in quiet thought for a while, only the fire moving between them. Then the monk tells a story, not for preaching, just as an offering. He speaks of a village in the mountains of Ladakh, where he once lived with shepherds. There was a man who blamed the snow for his misfortunes, always cursing the harsh winters. But one day, The snow melted early. The river swelled too soon. His animals drowned. And he asked the mountains why they betrayed him. The monk finishes. But the mountains didn't answer. They never do. Saphir listens, nodding slowly. We don't suffer because of what happens, he says. We suffer because we think it shouldn't happen. The monk looks at him, really looks. Then gently, he bows. Before leaving, the monk reaches into his satchel and pulls out a scroll worn, weather-stained, and rolled tight with a simple red string. He places it on Saphir's table, and for the first time since sitting down, he says something with weight. You might enjoy this. A little tea for the mind. Then he's gone. Just like that. No name, no direction. A flicker of orange disappearing into the plum dark night. Saphir doesn't touch the scroll. Not immediately. He pours one more cup, sets it near the scroll, and watches the steam rise curling, dancing, disappearing. When the kettle cools and the last ember turns to ash, he finally unrolls the parchment. Inside, a single verse, painted in delicate brushwork. It reads, "When you carry silence into the world forgets how to shout." Saphir places the scroll behind his tea jars, where only he can see it. The next day begins like most sunrise. Stray dogs barking, vendors shouting about dried mulberries. But there's a shift in Saphir's stall, subtle. He uses a new cup, shaped differently, like a half moon. He adds a sprig of lemon balm to the boiling water. No reason, just a feeling. Mid-morning, a widow arrives, thin, draped in indigo. Her eyes are distant, her movements deliberate. She doesn't speak. She doesn't need to. He gives her the moon-shaped cup. She drinks slowly. When she sets it down, there are tears not of sadness, but release. Saphir doesn't ask. He only pours another. Over time, the merchant becomes a legend not in books, not in tales sung by street performers, but in whispers. Travelers tell each other, if you're burdened by something you can't name, go to the man in the alley who brews silence. His tea won't fix you, but it might let you rest. And so they come. A merchant who lost everything to a sandstorm. A boy too anxious to sleep. A scholar who studied for years and found only confusion. One by one, they arrive, and one by one, they leave lighter. The lesson is never spoken, but if it were, perhaps it would go like this. Nothing stays. The heat of water cools. The taste fades. The body changes. And yet, if we pour each moment with care, something eternal lives in the act, in the market. People still pass by without noticing. The loud ones scoff at the lack of menu, of decor, of speed. But those who understand, they return. And Saphir, he keeps pouring, one cup at a time, no faster, no slower. Each sip, a bow to the impermanent, interdependent world. Each cup, a meditation on letting go, from the last visitor's breath to the new morning's light. Not much changes in Saphir's quiet stall, but everything deepens. You're still there, in the drifting warmth of Shiraz. The wind this morning carries whispers of rose gardens and old prayers. Even the pigeons on the rooftops seem to coo more slowly, as if reluctant to interrupt the hush that lingers. There is no drama here, no dramatic enlightenment, only fire, water, clay, and breath. But in this slowness, something profound stirs like a pebble sinking through deep water. Today, something unusual happens. A foreigner arrives, tall, pale, wearing a jacket too heavy for the heat. His beard is short, trimmed, like he's not quite ready to give up the world. A camera hangs from his neck, unused. He stands at the stall's edge, uncertain. Saphir says nothing. He doesn't need to. The man sits, doesn't ask for anything. His shoulders are tight, fingers restless. He watches Saphir begin his ritual. Water poured, flame adjusted, steam rising like a soft breath of the earth. Finally, the man speaks. "I heard your tea helps people let go." Saphir turns slightly, raises one brow. "Is that what you need?" he asks. The man pauses, then nods. "I think so." Saphir pours without a word. The cup is plain stone gray, chipped slightly at the lip, the kind of imperfection that feels comforting. The foreigner holds it with both hands, doesn't sip, just stares at it like it might whisper answers. Then he begins to speak. He talks about his father, about how they argued the last time they spoke, about how the call came too late, about the funeral he couldn't attend because the flight was canceled, about the guilt he carries like a stone in his chest, one that never warms. He says he's been chasing closure, books, counselors, retreats, all of it. But the voice in his head won't quiet. It says he failed. Saphir listens, not with furrowed brows or pity, just presence, like a mountain, like an old tree. Finally, when the story spills into silence, Saphir points to the cup. "It's still warm," he says. "Drink before it forgets." The man lifts it, sips, flinches at the heat, and suddenly laughs, a short, startled chuckle, as if something absurd has just clicked into place. He takes another sip. It's just tea. Saphir nods. It doesn't forgive. It doesn't condemn. It just is. They sit in silence. Then Saphir adds, softly, "You can put the stone down. It was never yours to keep." The man looks into the bottom of his cup, empty now, but something soft glimmers behind his eyes. Before he leaves, he tucks the camera away, doesn't take a picture, just bows his head and whispers, "Thank you. Later." As the sun folds behind the tiles and call to prayer drifts through the fading light, Saphir prepares for evening. He lights his lamp, sweeps the dust, places his old kettle on the coals, and when the moon climbs silently above the bazaar, a soft knock comes at the frame of the stall. A girl this time, no older than 10, holding her grandmother's hand. She doesn't speak, only points at the tiny cups lined in rows. Saphir crouches, eye level, and lets her choose. She picks a green one, smooth and round, like a pebble from a river. He nods, boils the water. When the tea is ready, she cradles it in both palms and closes her eyes. Her grandmother watches, smiling. She can't sleep. She says softly, "Too many thoughts." Saphir pours a second cup for the grandmother. They sip in silence, and beneath the flicker of lantern light, surrounded by the hush of steeping leaves and tired hearts, the child smiles for the first time all week. Perhaps the Buddha said it somewhere, perhaps not. But the lesson is clear. To steep something with care is to love without attachment, to serve without demand, is to teach without speaking. To let go, sip by sip, is the real path home. So Saphir continues. Long after the bazaar has quieted, long after the young girl and the foreigner have gone, long after memory itself has begun to fade, because the world will always shout, but someone, somewhere, must remember how to pour silence into a cup. And sometimes that is enough. You remain here a little longer, not as a guest, not even as a listener, but as steam rising from a well-worn kettle, as the sound of breath meeting breath, as the weight of nothing placed gently in your palms. You notice your shoulders, how they've dropped, your chest, how it no longer clenches. The space behind your eyes softens, as if clouds have cleared without a single gust of wind. There's no moral to chase, no ending to force. Just this slow unfurling, like leaves in warm water, like understanding blooming in the belly, without needing words. You might still hear the marketplace echo, far off. A merchant arguing over almonds, a bell clinking in the wind. But your body doesn't flinch anymore. The noise doesn't penetrate, because you've been reminded stillness isn't the absence of sound. It's the presence of something deeper beneath it. And tonight, beneath stars older than memory, that stillness flows through you as if you were the cup, and the silence had always been the tea. So now, gently, place the cup down. Let the breath lengthen. Let the warmth settle in your limbs. You are no longer holding on. You are being held. And in that holding, everything is allowed to be as it is. There's no more to do, no more to fix. Just steam, just breath, just this soft, cradling quiet. Sleep comes now, not like a force, but like an invitation. A friend arriving without knocking. Let it enter. Let it steep. Let it carry you all the way home. In the faint afterglow of the last story, the one about the tea merchant in Persia who offered silence in every cup, imagine that silence lingering now, like steam curling above warm brass. It drifts gently, crossing borders and dunes, until it reaches a small village at the edge of the Moroccan desert, where morning begins not with words, but with footsteps on dust. You're there now, standing beside a low mud brick wall as a boy, not yet a man, but no longer a child, lifts 2 clay pots onto a wooden yoke across his shoulders. One of the pots is cracked, the kind of crack you don't notice until it's too late and your clothes are damp. But this boy, his name is Sammy, has learned to balance it just so, letting it leak in rhythm with his walk. The morning sun isn't hot yet, just a quiet presence watching over the village rooftops. Palm trees sway lazily against a sky already beginning to bleach from blue to gold. The earth is dry, but not without life. It holds secrets, footprints, seeds, karma. Sammy's walk to the well is long, not punishing, not heroic, just long. Every step feels familiar, as if the earth itself remembers the way. The sandals on his feet are worn smooth, soles shaped to his pace. Every morning he walks this path, and every morning, water seeps out from the cracked pot on his right side. Some days, he presses his ear to the clay, listening not to fix it, just to hear what the leaking sounds like a breath you weren't aware you were holding. And here's something ordinary that's quietly extraordinary. The boy never tries to replace the pot. The neighbors notice, of course, they always do. One woman laughs softly behind her hand and says to her sister, "Why not carry a better one? You can't pour from a pot that's half empty." But this morning, as he passes the gate to the mosque courtyard, Sammy does something odd. He pauses. He turns to look at the earth beside the path he's walked for 2 years. There, on the right-hand side, the side of the leaking pot, a ribbon of green winds its way through the sand. Tiny flowers, impossibly delicate, have taken root. He blinks. It's not lush, not magical, just enough life to be undeniable. A line of small, defiant color that wouldn't be there without the drops that fell, day after day, unnoticed. That's when the first Zen lesson trickles in. Not everything you lose is wasted. The cracked pot hasn't failed. It's been watering a path it didn't even know it walked. Sammy's steps resume, but the rhythm feels different now. Not heavier, just more awake. At the well, he fills both pots slowly. The sound of water echoes off the stone walls like laughter. The weight of the yoke returns to his shoulders, not punishment, not burden, just balance. Someone might say, but isn't it inefficient? Isn't he still leaking? Yes, and yet, that line of green, those blossoms, that brief smile he allowed himself when he saw them. Sometimes, Zen doesn't come roaring in with enlightenment. It creeps in through a crack, through routine, through the small parts of yourself you've labeled as flaws. And just for a moment, standing there beside the stone well, Sammy doesn't feel broken. He feels useful. There's a quiet dignity in carrying water, especially when you know that some of it will never reach its destination. There's also a lesson here. Wrapped in the folds of the yoke effort is not always measured by the results you see. Karma doesn't always bloom in front of your eyes. Sometimes it takes the shape of a flower that grows after you've walked away. As the boy begins the walk back, something else happens. He hums. It's not a song, just a vibration in his chest, like a bird remembering how to sing. He doesn't notice he's doing it. The cracked pot drips again, but now it feels intentional. You might say this is nothing, just a child doing chores. But in Buddhist teachings, this is exactly where the Dharma lives, in moments no one praises, in the repetitive and the overlooked. The Buddha once taught that a single drop of water, again and again, can carve a canyon through stone. It's not the speed, it's the steady return, the letting go, the acceptance of purpose without needing applause. By the time Sammy returns home, both pots are lighter, but the burden doesn't feel like less. It feels right. His grandmother nods as he sets the water down. She never asks why one pot is always damp. She knows better. Instead, she hands him a piece of warm bread and murmurs, "The well is deep today." He nods, not because he understands all of it, but because the stillness inside him recognizes the truth of it. That night, he dreams of rain, not a storm, just soft rain falling gently into the cracks of old clay. The next morning arrives, quietly, without ceremony, just a shift in the light. The faint scratch of broom bristles on sand. The sleepy bleat of a goat tethered beside the courtyard. The kind of morning that would slip by unnoticed if you weren't listening. And today, you're listening. The village breathes with that particular stillness that exists only just after sunrise. You can smell the dust warming, hear the hush before the call to prayer, feel the day stretching its limbs before stepping into itself. Sammy shoulders the yoke again. The cracked pot is still there. Of course, he never replaced it, not even after his father once muttered, "We can't carry the world with broken tools." But now, as he begins his walk, Sammy looks down at the path he watered unknowingly for 2 years. The flowers are no longer an accident. Now, they're intention. That's the strange thing about awareness. Once you see the Dharma in your actions, you can't unsee it. Even when the pot leaks, the path grows. He walks slower now, not because he's tired, because he's paying attention, and he's not the only one watching. There's an old gardener named Idris who lives at the edge of the village, a quiet man with silver hair and a curved spine. He tends a courtyard garden with the precision of a monk and the patience of a stone. His back is bent like a sapling holding prayer. No one really talks to Idris. Some say he lost a son to the war. Others say he talks to plants and hears them talk back. Whatever the story, his garden blooms in a village of dust. That alone earns him a kind of reverence. This morning, Idris stands by his gate as Sammy passes. "Your path is green," the old man says, not as a compliment, but as a fact. Sammy lowers the yoke. "It wasn't on purpose." He replies. Idris raises a brow. Most Dharma isn't, but it still arrives. They say nothing more. The next day, there's a small cup waiting in the gate wall. A clay cup, the rim chipped, filled with tea that smells faintly of mint and thyme. Sammy drinks it without asking. On the third day, Idris speaks again. A cracked pot is the only one that teaches water how to let go. Sammy blinks. "I thought pots were for holding." The gardener shrugs. "So are minds. But the best ones leak. It's the first time anyone's ever spoken to Sammy in Zen, and it changes everything. Now, every step is a lesson. He begins to notice the sound of water hitting soil, the way bees trace spirals above the tiny flowers. He sees ants building paths beneath the petals he never planted. Each drop from the cracked pot is part of a web he didn't design, but somehow belongs to. One evening, after the sun dips low and the village folds into its slow exhale, Sammy sits in Idris's garden. The silence is a full-bodied thing, wrapped around them like a shawl. "Why do you grow so many things?" Sammy asks. Idris leans on his knees. "Because growing things teaches me what I am not, which is permanent, in control, alone." Sammy nods, unsure if he understands or simply wants to. "You think the crack makes the pot less," Idris says softly. "It's the only part that speaks." The boy frowns. "I don't get it." The gardener gestures toward a dry leaf, curled and golden on the path. "You don't have to. Dharma doesn't ask you to understand. It asks you to notice." They sit in silence for a while longer. A moth dances around the lantern, somewhere. A dog barks once, then quiets. Sammy leaves with nothing in his hands, but everything feels full. In the weeks that follow, he begins placing seeds along the path. Not many. Just a few, tucked quietly into cracks, pressed into the places where the pot drips. A kind of gentle collaboration between brokenness and intention. And in that, he learns the second great lesson: suffering can be compost, pain, mistakes, broken tools when placed on the right path. With just enough care become nourishment, not waste, not shame, nourishment. And Idris is always there, watching, not guiding, not preaching, just noticing, like the Buddha under the Bodhi tree, unmoving in his stillness, yet shaking the world with silence. One afternoon, as the wind picks up and clouds move like slow thoughts across the sky, Idris says, "Do you know why I never replaced that broken gate hinge?" Sammy glances at the rusted metal that makes the gate creak every morning. "No, because it reminds me I still enter." And just like that, another crack reveals the light. Later that night, as Sammy lays beneath the stars, no pillow, just woven straw, he doesn't feel burdened by the cracked pot resting beside him. He feels companionship. The Buddha once taught that form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. That teaching sounds complicated until you sit next to a broken vessel and realize the part that's missing is what makes the sound when the wind passes through. A cracked pot hums when the desert sings. Sammy listens. He smiles. And he sleeps. And now, as the story continues under a darker sky, you return once more to that village near the edge of the desert. The moon is high, brushing silver over rooftops and date palms, and the cracked pot rests quietly against the courtyard wall. A breeze stirs, not to disrupt the stillness, but to honor it. Years have passed. Sammy is older now. Not old, not like Idris, who has become a kind of weathered landmark in the village, but his shoulders carry more than they used to. Not more weight, just more awareness. The path to the well is unchanged. The same dusty stretch, the same curve around the corner where shadows fall differently depending on the season. But Sammy walks slower now, not because of age, but because the walk itself is no longer just a chore. It's become a form of practice. There's a word in the Buddhist teachings, sati mindfulness. To remember, not with the mind, but with the body, with each step, with each breath, with each soft slosh of water from the pot that still leaks. Yes, the same pot. Others have offered replacements. Let me make you a better one, they say. It's silly to keep using that thing. But Sammy only smiles. He doesn't need to explain. Some things are only visible when they're carried long enough. The flowers along the path have spread, winding now in both directions toward the well and back again. The cracked pot no longer feeds just one side of the road. It nurtures everything it touches, including the air. And here's the truth of it. The pot isn't fixed. It still leaks, still loses, still fails, by most standards. But it also teaches. Because on this path, just as in life, emptiness is not absence. It's spaciousness. A field where meaning can land, where karma plays out its quiet music. Sammy remembers what Idris once told him, that the mind is like a pot, and the cracks are where grace enters. That it's not about what you carry, but how you carry it. Idris is gone now. His garden still grows, but no one tends it like he did. Sometimes, Sammy walks there in the evenings, not to water, just to sit. Sometimes, he swears he hears the creak of the old gate hinge, even though it hasn't moved in months. Loss, too, is a teacher. Tonight, the stars stretch wide and slow, the kind of night where even thoughts hesitate before arriving. Sammy kneels by the well. He dips the pot into the cold water. The crack catches the moonlight, and as he lifts it to his shoulder, something inside him shifts. There is no rush now. No need to be efficient. No shame in leaking. Just the practice of carrying with openness. This is the third lesson. Emptiness is not brokenness. It is the very shape of compassion. He walks back through the village. A child sees the dripping water and giggles, running to catch it in her hands. Sammy smiles. He remembers being that boy, once the one ashamed of the flaw he couldn't hide. Now, he sees the world differently. When he reaches home, he sets the pots down and pours what remains into a basin for his grandmother. She's older too, but her eyes are still sharp. She runs her fingers along the side of the cracked pot, as she's done for years. It's the best one, she says, because it never holds back. And with that, she walks away, slow and sure, like someone who's already made peace with the seasons. Sammy remains by the pot for a while. He doesn't need to go anywhere. He just listens to the wind, to the silence, to the soft, persistent drip that once made him doubt. You can hear it too, can't you? There's something comforting about a vessel that never pretends to be perfect. Something liberating about knowing that what you lose on the path may become someone else's miracle. So, let yourself be the cracked pot. Let the water spill. Let your quiet failures feed the wildflowers. Let your journey be shaped by what you release, because this is where wisdom hides not in perfection, but in practice. And now, as the final stars dim and the morning light stirs behind the dunes, Sammy sits beside the well, one last time. He touches the clay. It's warm from the sun. He traces the crack with his fingertip, like reading a sutra, written without words. No one sees him. No one needs to. The cracked pot hums softly in the morning air, and the flowers bow gently in return. Let everything slow now, like the drift of sand across stone. There's no need to think, no need to remember. Just breathe, softly, like a breeze brushing the edge of a village wall. Let the teachings of the water-bearer settle in you, like drops into earth. A boy carried cracked pots, unaware that their flaws were gifts, unaware that each spill became a blessing. And now, you carry your own pots, don't you? Some days they feel too heavy. Some days the cracks feel too visible. But tonight, you don't need to fix anything. You are allowed to leak. You are allowed to let go. You are allowed to walk your path without needing applause, because the Dharma doesn't bloom for praise. It blooms quietly, like jasmine in the dark. Breathe in now and feel the stillness beneath your ribs. Breathe out and let what no longer serves you spill gently into the night. Maybe there is a garden blooming behind you, one you'll never see. Maybe someone further down the path will walk beside petals you unknowingly watered. What a beautiful thing, to bless without knowing. What a soft, honest thing, to serve through simply being. Feel your body resting now, heavier, but held, supported by the earth beneath you, by every choice that brought you here, even the ones that hurt, especially the ones that hurt. Let your breath grow slower. Let your limbs loosen. Let your mind slip like water through your own hands. The Buddha taught that even emptiness can be held if you know how. Tonight, you know how. So, sleep now. No need to carry anything. Let the pots rest. Let the road fade. Let the wind carry your dreams across the sand. And may the cracks hum with peace. The last story lingers in the hush of your mind, like the tale of a chant you're not sure you heard or imagined. The rhythm of sleep has not quite arrived, but neither is the mind fully awake. It drifts gently, and now there it is. A croak, then another, deep and throaty, from the far end of the lotus pond. It is evening in the Sri Lankan hermitage, and the frogs have begun their nightly chorus. You're not alone in hearing them. A young novice monk, perhaps 12 years old, tiptoes barefoot across the stone path, winding through the open-air cloister. His robe, still too large for his small frame, gathers dust and moonlight. His name is Mahinda. Though no one has called him that since he arrived, he is only referred to as Little One or that sleepy frog. He earned the latter nickname during evening meditation, where his head often droops in rhythm with the frogs chanting. Tonight, though, he is determined. He creeps past the sandalwood hall where the elder monks chant in unison. Their voices, low and slow, rise and fall like the breath of the jungle. But Mahinda doesn't enter. Instead, he veers toward the edge of the pond, where moonlight floats like ash upon the water. He has a question. It's not the kind you raise in Dharma lectures. It's quieter than that, more persistent, like an itch beneath the skin of thought. Why do the frogs seem more peaceful than he is? Why does their croaking lull him to calmness more than the solemn chants of the elders? He crouches by the pond, knees hugging his chest. Insects hover above the still water. A lotus bud leans sideways, readying for sleep. And from the shadow of a Bodhi tree, a voice calls softly. Watching frogs again, Mahinda jumps. It's not a scolding tone, just familiar. The voice belongs to an old monk, Sarada, who many claim has stopped aging altogether. No one knows how long he's lived in the hermitage. Some say he came before the roof was tiled. Others say he is the roof. Sarada settles down beside the boy, his knees cracking like old bamboo. They don't mind croaking, Sarada says. They don't expect silence to mean stillness. You do. Mahinda doesn't answer. The frogs croak again. Sarada continues. You think peace must be quiet? But true stillness doesn't need the world to shut up. It's like that pond you see the ripples. But underneath, the mud rests. The frogs croak, and yet the water doesn't complain. Mahinda frowns. But I don't feel still. Because you're still waiting for the world to match your idea of stillness. It's not what the boy expected. He looks down at the water, unsure whether it reflects his face or the moon's. Sarada watches him. When I was your age, he says, I used to think enlightenment was a place, like a bell tower you climb into, and once there, you never hear noise again. But now I know it's more like sitting by a pond. Frogs and all. A frog leaps from a stone. Plop. The ripples spread, just as Mahinda's thoughts do outward, loosening. Later that night, he joins the chanting, not to escape the frogs, but to join them. The chants no longer fight the sounds outside the hall. They ride them, and he begins to understand something. Not with words, not even with the mind, but in the body, in the knees resting gently on the stone floor, in the breath that comes and goes like frog song. Stillness was never the absence of sound. It was the absence of resistance. It's said that years later, Mahinda became the abbot of a new hermitage, built, oddly enough, beside a marsh. But that's for another night. For now, the frogs croak, the chants drift, the pond breathes beneath the moon. The moon hasn't moved much since the last story, but the shadows have. They stretch longer now across the packed dirt of the central courtyard, where sandalwood smoke drifts lazily upward, tracing slow spirals into the stars. The frogs continue their gurgled songs behind you, and the chanting has softened to a murmur, like waves lapping against the edge of thought. You follow the scent of wood smoke to the far end of the hermitage, where a narrow trail winds into a small grove of jack and mango trees, and beneath one of them stands a monk whose arms ripple with quiet strength. His name is Ajahn Ruin. His practice isn't found in scriptures, it's in firewood. Each morning, he gathers bundles of wood from the edge of the forest, not because no one else will, but because for him, splitting logs is a sutra. He doesn't use an axe. He uses a tool far older his full presence. The machete in his hand is worn, its blade glinting not with sharpness, but devotion. You arrive just as he's pressing a thick log onto the coping stump. He pauses, breathes, then lifts, splits. The sound echoes like a temple bell through the trees. A younger monk, Pema, trails behind him, cradling smaller branches like offerings. Pema's robes are clean, too clean, his hands soft. He watches as the elder monk lifts another log. "You never seem rushed," Pema says, setting down his load. Ajahn Ruin looks up. "Why would I rush? The log won't change its nature if I hurry." "But don't you get bored?" Pema fidgets. "Doing the same thing every day. Chopping wood, carrying water, lighting fires, again and again." Ajahn Ruin smiles, his beard twitching. "Are you bored of breathing?" Pema doesn't answer. The elder continues. "You see repetition. I see refinement. The machete rises, falls. Another clean split. Karma isn't just in dramatic moments. It's in how you cut this wood, in how you respond when your hand slips, when the log resists, when your robe snags on a thorn." He wipes sweat from his brow. Chopping wood teaches the law of cause and effect faster than any sermon. If you swing too fast, you miss. Too soft, the blade sticks. Too proud, and you cut your own foot. They stack the logs in even rows, each one like a word from the Pali Canon, simple, heavy, and shaped by years of care. Ajahn Ruan shows Pema how to balance each piece, how to leave space for air between them, how to respect even the crooked logs. "You know," he says, squatting beside the fire pit, "I once cut a log so poorly it snapped my blade. I cursed it for days, until I realized the log wasn't the problem. My mind was elsewhere. I wasn't present." Pema leans in. "What happened next? I learned to bow before I chop." He lights the first flame. It flickers, catches, grows. Pema watches silently, eyes reflecting gold. That night, Pema returns to his kuti, a small wooden hut tucked beneath the jackfruit trees. He places a rough log at the foot of his bed, a reminder. A week passes, then another. Eventually, it's Pema you find in the grove at dawn, balancing logs with care, his blade rising in rhythm with his breath. Not as a chore, not as a duty, but as a devotion. He still stumbles, still misjudges, but he no longer fights it. He bows, begins again. The hermitage breathes with this rhythm. Not every monk is a scholar. Not every path winds through books. Some move through firewood, and in every split, every stack, every spark karma hums. Back at the pond, The frogs pause for a breath. Even the croaking needs a moment of silence now and then. The fire in the hermitage has burned low. Charcoal embers pulse in the pit like a heartbeat barely visible beneath ash. While the last frogs of the night croak their final lullabies into the hush, you return to the stone path once more, feeling the warm earth underfoot, softened by hours of stories and the breeze whispering through temple bells. The head monk is already lighting the evening candles. He moves like someone who has practiced stillness so long. Even his footsteps seem to happen before he decides to take them. His name is Vimala. Nobody calls him master here, though his robe is worn at the hem, and his presence carries the quiet gravity of an old banyan tree. He doesn't speak much, but when he does, even the frogs seem to stop and listen. He walks the perimeter of the courtyard, dipping a taper into the clay oil lamp, then lighting each candle one by one, resting them in shallow stone niches carved into the ancient walls. The ritual is not grand, but in its gentleness, there is a kind of reverence that can't be taught, only lived. Tonight, a few monks have gathered near him. Among them is Anala, a young woman who has recently joined the hermitage after the death of her father. She wears her robe loosely, her gaze even looser, drifting often toward the candle flames like a moth unsure whether it wants to land or disappear. Vimala pauses beside her. "You look like someone who's listening," he says without turning. She startles slightly. "To what? To what you think is silence?" he replies. They both watch the candlelight flicker as a breeze slips between the frangipani branches overhead. "I came here to quiet my mind," Anula says, "but it's louder than ever." Vimala kneels, drawing a circle in the dust with his finger. "What do you see? A circle? Empty." She nods. He smooths it out. That's what the mind becomes when it stops needing to be quiet. She doesn't understand yet. That's fine. He gestures toward the moon above. You're trying to calm the mind, like someone trying to hold the reflection of the moon in their hands. It's already there, shimmering on the water. All you must do is stop disturbing it. Behind them, another monk lights the last candle, and suddenly the courtyard is glowing in soft pools of amber light. Anala looks around. But how do I know if I'm doing it right? Vimala chuckles a dry, weathered sound, like leaves brushing stone. You'll know when you stop needing to ask. Later, when the candles have burned low and shadows have grown tall. He gathers the monks beneath the Bodhi tree and tells them a story. It's said to be true, though no one can trace its origin. He speaks of a monk who spent 20 years in the mountains, meditating in complete solitude. When he returned to the world, people flocked to him, hoping for profound teachings. He only smiled and said, "The candle burns, the moon glows, frogs croak, that is all." Someone once asked if he had attained enlightenment. He responded, "I stopped seeking it." The monks chuckle. Some yawn. A few lean back against the warm stones. the night deepens. You listen now, not just with your ears, but with the whole of your being. You can feel the teachings of dependent origination quietly threading through the stories, like how a candle flickers not because of magic, but because of wax, wick, wind, and you, standing there, watching. Nothing arises alone. The frogs croak because of rain. Rain comes because of clouds. Clouds gather because of the sea. And somehow, your presence in this moment matters. You begin to see how karma is not some ledger in the sky, but the invisible seam where your choices touch the world and return as ripples. How even lighting a single candle changes the way shadows fall. How even breathing right now shifts the air. How even listening to a story shifts the self. And as Thera Vimala extinguishes each candle with the wave of his hand, you realize something else. You don't have to understand everything tonight. Some teachings aren't meant to be captured, only carried. And so, you lie back beneath the Bodhi tree. You breathe. The frogs begin again, softer this time. The chants have ended. The moon keeps watch. And somewhere within, the stillness grows. The body softens. The breath loosens its grip. The mind floats. You are no longer following the story. The story is following you, curling gently around the edges of awareness like mist rising from the lotus pond. No need to hold on to anything. No need to resist sleep if it comes. Let your shoulders release the weight they carry. Let your thoughts pass like the night breeze across the courtyard stones. Everything that has arisen tonight, stories, images, teachings, laughter, questions will settle naturally, like leaves drifting down through a shaft of moonlight. You are part of this moment, just as the frog is part of the pond, just as the candle is part of the darkness it illuminates. Nothing is separate, nothing is permanent, and nothing is required of you now. Let the teachings continue, not in the words you remember, but in the peace you embody as you surrender to rest. Let the last croak of the frog be your lullaby. Let the last flicker of the candle be your anchor. And let this breath, this one, right now, be enough. You have heard enough. You have done enough. You are enough. And so we fade, not with answers, but with wonder. Dear traveler of the Dharma, let the moon keep watch. Let the pond remain still. Let the journey continue in dreams. And so, as the echoes of the last story soften, like the fading chime of a temple bell swept into the wind, you find yourself drifting north, where cliffs rise like monks in silent vigil, and the sea keeps its own kind of sutra. Here, the tale continues not in words alone, but in waves, weather, and the slow turning of light over the Atlantic. The sky groans above the coast of Ardnamurchan, Scotland's westernmost tip, where rock meets sea in a hush of gray-blue breath. You are the lighthouse keeper, alone for days now. Your only companions, the seabirds and the silent rhythm of rotating light. Tonight, clouds pile heavy like unspoken memories, and wind tugs at the shutters with the persistence of thoughts you've tried to forget. Salt laces the air, biting and clean. The waves below the cliffs have begun their ancient argument with the stones again, crashing louder, longer, as the storm creeps inland. The storm, though, it isn't new. It arrives often. The fog returns before dusk, soft and full, curling like steam from an unseen cup. It has a way of silencing the world not in threat, but in kindness. No harsh lines, no firm borders, just the merging of sea and sky into something undefined, forgiving. You find yourself moving more slowly through it, as though the air has become water and your thoughts, too, must float. You light the beacon just before dark. It's muscle memory by now. Clean the lens, trim the wick, check the alignment. But tonight, you notice your movements. Each small gesture, pull, polish, press is an offering, not to some deity above, but to the living moment in front of you. The light turns, the mind turns, and again, you're reminded this is the path, not a mountain, not a goal, just this one careful act after another, done with full attention. A kind of moving meditation you never signed up for, but somehow live inside. As night deepens, the world narrows. The seal does not return. The sea goes quiet, the tide pulling out like a slow breath, and you feel it, that peculiar kind of stillness that only comes when you stop trying to fill it. You sit again, but this time in the tower itself, high above the cliffs, where glass surrounds you like a crown. Outside, the beam sweeps one rotation every 8 seconds, and for the first time, you notice that the darkness between flashes feels just as important as the light. You breathe in, the light passes, you breathe out. Darkness returns, and you begin to see your own mind in this rhythm. Thoughts come, thoughts go, awareness stays. Remember the story of the seal, how it gazed without clinging, without judgment. The gaze is in you now. It stares inward. You bring to mind your many selves, the you who feared the storm, the you who searched the sea for meaning, the you who watched the fog roll in with dread. Each version felt so solid at the time. But now, you see they were all waves, conditions, karma unfolding. The teachings say all things arise from causes and conditions. Just as the fog is born of warmth meeting cold, so too is anger born of fear, and fear born of memory, and memory born of past conditions. Nothing comes from nowhere. Nothing stays, even loneliness. That familiar ache, you see it differently now. It's not a flaw, not a punishment. It's just another ripple, another weather pattern across the surface of consciousness. And knowing this somehow softens it. You hear the clock chime midnight. 12 deep echoes ripple down the iron staircase, each bell a bow to the present. And then you remember a phrase, not in English, but in something older, something whispered by wind and wave and wood. You do not have to become anything. You only need to return, Return to what? To this, to the breath, to the moment, to the awareness that watches. The fog thickens again, curling against the glass like a veil. You feel the weight of sleep pulling at your limbs. You'll rest soon. But first, one more sweep of the light. You open the window slightly. Cool mist brushes your face. And in the hush of that fog-bound tower, something inside you finally exhales. You have spent years trying to hold the beam steady, trying to protect the light. But now you understand the light was never yours to control. It turns on its own. It always has. Your job was never to fight the night. It was simply to witness it, to shine quietly, without demand or resistance, to let the mind be the mind, to let the waves be the waves. And so, as your eyes close, you rest not just from the long shift, but from a much deeper labor, the effort of becoming, resisting, explaining. You rest into what has always held you. And now, dear listener, let yourself drift. There's no need to stay awake for the ending. The fog will keep the edges soft. The light will turn whether or not you watch it. Let go of the shore. Let go of the shape. Let go of needing the next thought to make sense. In this place, you are not a keeper. You are not even a lighthouse. You are the space between beams, the stillness between storms, the silence between tides. Sleep now. Let the waves rise and fall without you. Let the wind blow across your skin and through your memories. Let the night carry you not away, but deeper into what was here all along. You are not lost. You are simply home. But something in you feels more brittle than usual, like the lens glass you polished this morning, clear, but vulnerable. You reach for the storm lantern, fingers brushing cold metal. It flickers to life, warm and steady in your hands. And it occurs to you, not for the first time, how much your mind mirrors this place. The light turns steadily, the wind rages, and underneath it all, something watches. You sit. There's a bench near the window, a spot where you sometimes drink tea or read half a page before falling asleep. But tonight, you just sit. The tea is cold. The book remains closed. You are watching the weather, but really, you're watching the weather inside. The wind lashes again. You count the seconds between flash and thunder. That space that pause feels like something sacred. They say the Buddha found enlightenment under a tree, unmoving through storms both outside and within. You are no Buddha, not even close. But tonight, something in you doesn't want to run. Something in you dares to sit still, to breathe, to listen. The waves rise, the fear rises, and with it, memory of your father's shouting, of nights when the walls shook, not with wind, but with worry. Your chest tightens, as if the storm has hands. And yet you remember something else, too. The story of the empty boat. You heard it long ago, a man rowing on a foggy lake, angry when another boat crashes into his. He shouts, curses, until he sees the boat is empty, drifting. And suddenly, there is no one to blame. Just the wind, just the current, just the boat. His anger vanishes. The mind, they say, is like that. Tonight, the storm is your boat. It crashes. It groans. But no one is steering it. No one to blame. Just conditions, wind, water, memory, habit, all arising, all passing. And so you sit, you breathe. You do not try to stop the wind. You do not try to make the lantern burn brighter. You simply return again and again to the act of watching. You are not the keeper of the lighthouse. Not really. You are the keeper of the flame. Outside, waves slap the rock like drum beats. The rain has come now, in sheets, but your breath stays slow, like the beam above, sweeping the sea every 8 seconds. It's not calm, but it is clear. And that is enough. The storm has passed, but it leaves behind a strange hush. Not silence exactly. There's always sound here. The gulls complaining above the cliffs, the creak of the rope ladder against the lighthouse wall, the shivering breath of sea foam against rock. But everything feels softened, wrapped in fog and the smell of wet stone. You step outside with your morning tea, lukewarm again, always, and sit on the edge of the stone steps. The lighthouse behind you hums faintly, its tall white body still damp from the night. You wrap your coat tighter, your breath curling in the air like a question with no answer. Then you see it, just beyond the kelp-draped boulders, at the curve of the inlet movement, smooth, intentional, a seal, sleek and silent, watching you from the water. You stay still. It stays still. The two of you two creatures breathing between tides. You've seen seals before, of course, but not like this. Not so present. You realize how rarely you are just here, without checking a gauge or scribbling notes about wind velocity, and how rarely something stares back with no judgment, no fear, no need. The seal blinks, you blink, and then you remember what the old Zen teachers say about mirrors, that every being we meet reflects back something of our own mind. You wonder, what is this seal reflecting? Calm watchfulness, emptiness? Or maybe it's showing you how to sit, how to just be. No story, no evaluation, no internal narrator providing commentary. Just the raw experience of being in water, in weather, in wonder. You take another breath, deeper this time. The seal dips under and vanishes. You smile. And it's not the kind of smile you usually make. It's not social. It's not for anyone. It just happens, like a wave returning to shore. Back inside. You find yourself drawn to the keeper's journal pages you usually reserve for weather reports. But today, you write something else. A seal stared at me like it knew something. I stared back like I was ready to learn. Then, without planning it, you sit again. No bench this time. Just the cold stone floor. The lighthouse windows open a little to the mist. The sound of dripping eaves. The far-off bark of a distant gull. You place your hands gently on your knees, spine upright, breath flowing. You let your eyes fall half shut, just enough to see the room and not see it. And you wait. You don't count the breaths. You don't recite anything. You just let yourself be the lighthouse, not the storm. And somewhere between in-breath and out-breath, thought and no thought, you feel it, the vastness beneath everything, a quiet you hadn't noticed before, the space between waves, the cushion beneath all this rising and falling. Some call it no self. Others call it awareness. It doesn't matter what you call it. What matters is that it was here all along. Like the light turning above. Like the seal in the bay. Like the breath in your chest. You think about how much of your life has been spent trying to figure it out, fixing, editing, comparing, striving. And yet, here, sitting on cold stone in the tower where no one visits, you find something more honest than answers. You find presence, not something you can take or hold, but something you can recognize like the sound of your own name whispered from behind a dream. Eventually, you rise. You clean the lantern glass again. You wipe down the railings. You sweep the salt-crusted floorboards. And in every small task, you feel it again. Attention is love. Awareness is kindness. By afternoon, the sun has pressed through the mist in soft bands, laying long golden paths across the sea. You follow their shimmer as far as your eyes can reach, and think, isn't this, too, a kind of sermon, not one with words, but one with movement and light and change. In Zen, they speak often of interdependence, that nothing exists by itself, that a single bell cannot ring without the hand that lifts the mallet, the air to carry its tone, the ear to hear it. And here, you begin to see how the seal's gaze, the fog's breath, the stone's silence, your own heartbeat, they are not separate. They're waves in the same water. No need to resist any of it. No need to cling either. Even the loneliness, especially the loneliness, is a wave, not a prison. And as the beam of the lighthouse sweeps again, slow and eternal, you let your eyes follow it once more and let go.